and gentlemen, welcome back to another day here of the Overwatch Champions Series. I am Achilles, joined by a very special guest, a longtime friend, and somebody who's making his debut in his new career of casting. Welcome to the broadcast, Mr. 9K.
Yeah, it's my first time doing broadcasting. I really appreciate with you.
Everything's going to be fine. I know you're a bit nervous, but that's okay. The audience out there are going to be very happy and excited to hear all of the insights and your opinions on what we're about to be seeing here, because already, as I know that you're well aware, we've been seeing some very interesting compositions that have been brought out across the last 2 days, and that could very well continue today.
Yeah, I actually are really nervous right now, but because especially it's going to be English like broadcasting, and also I never do like a live broadcasting. I only do after, so this is going to be like my first time to try.
And it will all be okay. I mean, from the time that I met you years ago, back when we were both involved with OGN, you were there with the Rocks Orcas as a coach. I remember the first time that we had met, we were about to have a show together, actually, on OGN. And then that ended up obviously not happening. But your English since then has just, through the stratosphere, gotten so much better. So I don't think you have any concerns about that. But yeah, so it'll be fine. I'm right here alongside you. I'll make sure that no harm befalls you as we go through this broadcast.
Thank you. I just trust you.
That's fine. Just trust in me, and we will get to our destination.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and take a look at the season schedule so far, because obviously there is a lot of Overwatch going on. We went from no Overwatch to an absolute ton of it.
Yeah, actually, like a long time ago, like every Overwatch match is very short time, but this year it's very long time for the broadcast and everything. I really love that point.
Yeah, I think that everyone is really excited about that. It's just seeing like the season beginning now and then going so very long. I mean, we have months and months and months of Overwatch that is going to be in front of us, and so far we are just barely dipping our toes in it, because we've only seen Japan so far. We of course do have Pacific, which is going to be beginning tomorrow as well.
Really?
And then this weekend we're going to have the Korea Open that is going to begin on land here in the WDG studio. So all of that culminating is going to be a lot of exciting stuff for people to watch. And in addition to that, obviously, we also have, NA and EMEA that are going to be kicking off. So there's going to be so much Overwatch to be consumed. But thus far, only been getting glimpses of Japan. And what is your opinion so far on what you've seen?
The Japan part? Yeah, I think Japan yesterday, I watching like a whole like a broadcast, you and the Wolf doing that, and a lot of team using like a quite different com, and that's a very interesting point, because I think Japan, I'm not really like familiar with what they using before or their history, but yesterday when I'm watching, it feel like they're doing very interesting com for the play, and some team doing the very similar com with the Korea team, but other team also doing like a really doing very well com. A really interesting point to see.
Yeah, well, these are our teams, and of course the Open that took place to see who was going to be able to qualify to get themselves to this point to compete in the Champions Series. And already we've been seeing some pretty impressive stuff. I mean, Varel, as well as the likes of Sixblow, looking like maybe the strongest teams that we have in this pool. But we'll have to see how some of this really does develop, because I'm going to get my first look really at Arise Project in this opening series here today. We've got Hayabusa as well that is going to be in there. And of course, we can't not talk about the Namekuji brothers because they have been doing probably the craziest stuff that we've seen so far.
Roadhog with the Zenyatta and like a Lightweaver, right?
Yes.
I still can't believe it. They're making from that com from the until here, because I think their only team like can try this com, and that is actually working, I feel like. But little bit need to be like doing something better thing, but I think still they're doing very well on this point.
Well, they're going to be doing their best to try to run it back, but I mean, when we were seeing them relying less on the Roadhog, straying away from that, bringing out things like Doomfist and whatnot, that's where things were looking a little bit better. But of course, I mean, I'm curious your opinion on this, because after having been a coach in the Overwatch League, this is a bit more like going back to the old Apex days, where you have a much more open map pool, and you actually have a veto process to try and select which map you're going to be going to.
I think like the last 6 years, the Overwatch League is already confirmed the map before the starting the like a match, and that is making the some team like going to play like a certain com, like especially like a rush com or like a dive com. But this can be map pool like and ban system can be like a lot of team like it can do like something more cheese thing, and that is gonna be helpful for the team like a lower bracket team can making the much more further.
All right, yeah, I mean, so more flexibility, more surprise, more chances to not just run something that's kind of stock, standard, and expected. So, and that's certainly what we have been delivered, at least so far here in Japan. But here's our matches. We, of course, have 3 more games for you guys today. Starting things off, it's going to be Hayabusa going up against Arise. So we'll see how this one does shake out. And we'll go ahead now and take a look at the Hayabusa roster as well, because we saw them just yesterday. Trying to, get their footing, trying to get some wins coming through here, but eluding them thus far. But we'll have to see what, I mean, so one of the things that we were seeing quite a bit as well was Flagray really trying to go for Sombra. Yesterday. So what do you think about Sombra in the current mix? Because Fragray wasn't really able to find too much value there.
I think Sombra right now is really harder than before for sure, and because of one of the reasons is like hard to found the EMP as like before that, but I can understand the point about the why team running for that comp, because still the Sombra can making the certain dive situation and the EMP is still like a kind of broken for the team, but I think as a normally fight, like more than 50% of the fight is Sombra is not really good for the a game. So if you're thinking about that point, I think Sombra is not a really good pick. But if their team can find a way to making the Sombra working, that is going to be probably making the meta change.
Do you think it has to be like in the hands, like it's something that can work, but only in the hands of somebody who's like really truly incredible at Sombra, like Lip, that kind of thing? Or I
think since a long time Sombra played before, and even Sombra meta, always Sombra players important, but always more important thing is like a team can understand that the Sombra play together on certain timing. So I think if the Sombra player really vocal for the bring the tempo or the bring the idea for the team, that definitely Sombra can do a lot of things for the team. But if the team just do autoplay, that point, I think Sombra is not going to make the game.
All right. Well, we're going to have our first look at some of these other players, at least for my sake here, because I didn't get to see too much from the likes of Arise. So I'm curious to see how these guys are going to be performing. But this is a good chance, I think, especially for Hayabusa to be able to get some map wins under their belt, because those have been eluding them thus far. So maybe a bit more of an even footing between these two teams. We'll have to just wait and see. Of course, though, map veto will be going on. It's a coin flip to see who's going to be getting that first ban as we get ready to go into control. But yesterday we've been seeing a lot of Samoa. It feels like that has been kind of the flavor map that everyone is leaning towards. And it looks like it's going to continue as we take a look here. So a ban on Ilios, a ban on Nepal, and then Samoa going to be selected here.
I think Samoa is really feel like the easy map for all the player, because the map design is really well made, and also like a lot of points about the Lijiang Tower and Nepal. That map is have a certain com they can using, like Ilios is definitely dive com, Lijiang Tower rush com. So that point, so some teams don't want to be just stuck on the one com, right? So that was a reason about the Samoa, a much more team choose it for the team, and they can show their color.
Okay, so you think that this just kind of is a bit more of a blank slate and allows for different compositions to be able to go out. Okay,
I feel much more.
All right, well, we'll see what they are going to be bringing to the table here. As, of course, Samoa is going to be our opening map here for Control. Then we'll move into Hybrid Push. And if we do avoid some 3-0s, we were only able to do it once yesterday. But if we can avoid some 3-0s, then we'll get ourselves up to Flashpoint and potentially even Escorts. So we'll see just how fight is in these two teams and who is going to be able to start things off with a win as we get ready to go into Control. But we'll wait. The players now getting into the game. We'll get ready to kick things off here. 9K, I gotta ask, how you feeling? You ready to do this?
Not yet.
Well, you have no choice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into our opening map here in our opening series of Week 1, Day 3. We've got Hayabusa versus Arise. Let's see who comes out on top as we jump into Samoa. All right, now I'm going to give you some sage advice as we get ready to start this. Because the first time I ever cast Overwatch was back at Nyam-Gaming in 2016.
Wow.
And that was with Uber, who was being my color caster. And I'll tell you what, we did Eichenwald, and I came out of that map and I said, oh God, I am not cut out for this. This is so brutal. I'll probably never cast this game again. And then as soon as I got into the second game, everything was so much better. And I was like, wow, I was so panicked. I was so worried. But now that I'm doing it again, going into the second map, everything is cool, calm, and collected. So if you have those experiences, if you have those feelings, do not worry. They will go away. The clouds will part. But we'll take a look now as things get ready to open up. And already seeing very big differences here. We've got that Echo taking in the sky here for Arise with Dan 1 or Danny, not sure which one it is, got the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I think Junker Kim is really like a potentially like a strong advantage of the comp for the diving, but they also like a Brig and with the Baptist comp is really like a counter comp for that. So the major point about the Junker King comp need to do is like a squeezing as much possible and making the like a really critical dive tempo. But in that choice, like a McCree is gonna be making the climb. Oh, I really love to dare swap to like a Genji because Echo comp is good for the like a dive comp and rush comp, but not good with the counter comp.
Okay, well, yeah, the change-up already going to be coming through here. As we see, Hayabusa was able to win out the fight in the end. Some really nice damage there from Fragray coming through, looking a bit more well-tuned today with this Tracer.
Yeah, they try to find the probably McCree the position because if you say they find the McCree, they can go to easy win for the fight. But if they can't find the McCree, they're not have an option to winning for the fight. So good rotation for the Hayabusa.
Well, another really good opening kill there. And it's Fragray, maybe a bit of an off day yesterday. He is just fragging out of control at the moment. So another quick kill, Pulse Bomb nearly going to be coming online for him. But, I mean, because of the swap here, because of Hayabusa getting that opening volley, you can see just how far in front, tempo-wise, they are towards these ultimates. So, XCN, we're going to need to see him doing quite a bit more damage. If he wasn't trying to get that blade online, but already it's going to be HRY going to be taken down here. As you can see, just trying to keep the Cassidy protected. Fan of the hammer there, and it's going to be XCN eliminated once more. Pulse Bomb infested. Fragray coming away with another kill as Zerafi gets taken out. And that's just going to be a clean sweep coming through. Just knocking him down now. 60% already on the board here for Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is why the map, a lot of team choose it because a lot of team like can using like a rush comp and like a counter dive comp. So and also everyone know what is their strong point. So definitely the Junker King comp want to find like their strong DPS, and in that time like the Brig and Baptist gonna be making the counter for the enemy Genji and Tracer. So this is key of the game for the watching.
Well, first ultimate here built up on the side of Arise Project. It is this Coalescence, but you can see just everybody from Hayabusa pulling back around that corner, and the Deadeye also just forcing back Arise. So a bit of a neutral fight here as Pulse Bomb goes up from HRY, but it's just going to be met by that Immortality field. Rampage now going to be popped, goes across, man. She can find a 4-man though, and that's going to be a major opening here for Arise. HRY able to collect 2 kills in the back end of that, the dash through, finding Villia, and Bellaboo just going down to his own primary fire. So 99% flip will come through as Fragray dies.
So in the lead tech situation, that counter dive comp is don't have like a lot of potential to winning the fight. Only the winning the way is going to be making the Brig ulti like working on the fight. But if they're not working with the Brig ulti the winning condition, in that time like I think Junker King comp have a lot of chance to win the fight, win the game.
Well, the Dragon Blade about to be built up here. You can see the push forward, but now that Villia gets taken down, don't even need to use it. They have that large amount of protection here to try to keep that Dragon Blade alive, given that the sound barrier is up.
Oh, they're using like a Brig ulti, Lucio ulti, and Genji ulti together.
Yeah, going straight forward just to try to keep him alive. It is just the 1, maybe 2 kills as Bellaboo will die on the back end, so good little stagger to be found here, but feels like maybe a bit of a heavy investment from Arise Project.
Yeah, I feel like that is too much to using for the winning the fight because they percentage-wise, they still have a lot of time for the making the fight going on second to fight. And I think in this time they need to like maximize like definitely morality, but Brig ulti can possibly counter and even McCree. So I think it's really hard to like make a win condition. So they force out the Brig ulti. This is good for the RI.
It's out. Pulse Bomb from HRY not able to find anything. Y himself using that Coalescence, but now Fragray again finding an opening kill. HRY going to be taken down. Some nice shots through from Villia, able to find Zerafi. Taking him out, and it's looking like this could end up falling apart for Arise. HRY respawning, going to be rejoining quickly there with that Tracers that functions used from XDN. He cannot stay alive. Eventually he's going to be found. There's the pickup off the Flux. classic combination between that Cassidy and the Sigma. They find the kills, and now the OT can bleed down. A rejoin here from HRY, forcing out that overtime, extending it as much as he possibly can, but Seraphine now gone. Y swapping over to the Kiriko to try to further delay. Danny as well is going to be coming back here on this Doomfist, but it just feels like it's already too far gone. Gets a little bit of shielding, but they're just getting picked apart one after the other. Good deflect kill from XTN. Nice little snap reaction to be able to find a parting gift elimination there onto Fragray, but 183%. Hayabusa taking the first round.
Yeah, I think RI is like doing very well on this point, but I think only the reason about that they're using like a double ulti, probably there is assuming like a break on the using ulti directly. That is the only reason. After that, their second plan maximize the Moria ulti. That was not really bad plan, but after that they don't have option to winning. So
yeah, taking a look back, I think as well just kind of the positioning of that fight.
Yeah,
the double commit, they're right in front of the dropship, so not finding as much value as if you were fighting on the point itself, because XTN only gets the one kill, you can't team wipe them, everybody else just pulls away, and then they're able to come right back in. So
if your Macri can take a lot of space, that is almost like the end of their winning condition. So they're using the same on each other, and now this time they have a Sojourn instead of Genji. At this point, I think much more interesting, because Sojourn easy to farm with the enemy like against Sigma, definitely. And this is making Sojourn a lot of value for the winning fight, but Sojourn always like depend on like their aim.
Sure. Well, he had some good moments with the Genji, so let's see how XTN does fare. While taking some opening damage here. Just looking to build up for that rail shot. Balabu playing back around some line of sight here, trying to keep himself protected and wait for that projected barrier to come up. And disrupting shot actually getting a decent amount of value here, shoving them back. And for now, that is going to be a Rise project, grabbing the point first and foremost. But look at the HP right now on the supports. Therapy and Y both under an immense amount of fire. Needs some heal, and it's actually going to be Y able to take down Fragray, who was the one who was very much threatening the support. So fight very well going the way of a Rise project as they look to just clean up a little bit more and build up these ultimates. So a significantly better start for them.
Yeah, definitely, because I think even Sojourn is making the high value for the winning the fight, but I think also in this time they're not pushing like a McCree. They're just try to hold in the point, and then enemy try to make the counter to push, and they're just a counter with the Moria. This time they do much better than like last round.
Yeah, and old pace significantly better for them as well. The Coalescence are already going to be online here for Y. HRY nearly there with that pulse bomb as well. And oh my god, what an aggressive fade forward, but he actually still finds Helia just diving into the back line and coming up with 2 kills. What a play.
A lot of coaches like asking the Moria player to be like really aggressive with the Moria ulti, but it's hard.
Well, he made it look easy.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Gets the follow-up kill there on the back end to try to build up for the next Coalescence. But I mean, already 60% about to be locked in here for a Rise project. Hayabusa still pretty far away from some of these ultimates. You look at Alexander, that rally only at 66%.
Yeah, I think the key of the winning condition is definitely Lily, but they're not giving time for making the charge of Lily. This is a much better like a plan.
Yeah, Immortality Field to try to keep them alive for a little bit longer there with the HP bars, everybody just bleeding down. They just get swept under the rug. Fragray only able to find one with the Pulse Bomb, but by this point, I mean, the fight was already over, so it's an extended team kill. And a Rise project, they might just be answering back with 100-0.
They're changing the Orisa. They like do much more strong counter type comp with the Sojourn. So, but they still don't have like a Brig ulti. So in this fight, Sojourn can make it a much more faster kill than the Brig ulti. Then their game is gonna be finished.
Oh well. Danny up close does end up getting taken down. Villia with a nice kill, just utilizing that Amp Matrix, able to find that elimination, but XTN firing back with his own overclock, able to get Jin. Now the dive into the back line, HRY coming away with the kill there on to Villia. Alexander gonna be falling. So as soon as he gets the rally, uses it, he ends up getting taken down. Now it's only Bellaboo, he does not last. The flip was there, but it's just going to be a quick retake here for the side of a Rise project, and then they just need to work down these few rejoining players from Hayabusa to take us into a 3rd round. See the punch back, and yeah, Jin, he was the one that needed to get there, couldn't do it. Really good intercept here from Danny, and that is going to be us now tied up 1-1.
I really want to giving like a lot of credit to RIs, like I don't know who is the IGL or like a leader of the game, but they're doing like really well to making the change of calm and change of play style, and that is like a really looks like they're a very clever team.
I like the adjustment, and I mean, XTN, you mentioned, you know, that Sojourn, a lot of times it's really just going to come down to your aim, and he was putting it on display. Some really nice shots there, especially when the overclock did come through, just helping to get these eliminations. So overall, really strong apply, because for a bit, I mean, 1 round, it's a not a big pool to judge a team on, but it was like, okay, is Hayabusa just going to take this series? They're really rolling them right here, and this comp isn't working, but the change up here from the side of Arise looking very, very good.
They're starting with the Orisa, so this point, Soldier is hard to like build as much like than before. So I think key of the winning condition is like still the same to making the Orisa damage out, and this time the Soldier can do something, because I think sometimes the key of the game is every can be different, but this time the key of the winning is definitely how much they can damage stack to the Orisa before they're taking the space.
They're looking for him, working Bellavoot down to about half HP. As Y trying to go diving forward there, but Alexander with a nice peel, able to find that elimination. And you can see just that one player gone. Arise Project has to back way off and wait for him to come back in, but now Hayabusa wanting to get a little bit more aggressive, it would seem, starting to push forward, try to find some additional picks.
Yeah, I think in this time, Arise team need to change the calm is better for the winning condition, but if you want to win by this condition, I think make up just like an easy point is to make a build a Royal ulti. Yeah, without that, I think they just push the Orisa whole time and making the squeeze out the point and making the Mercury value low.
Well, they're doing a good job of it, because right now they're forcing them back around the corner. They already got themselves over the point.
Yeah, they're taking point back. They're taking point back very as much as chip point. I don't know how I can say like this point, but they're doing very well at this point. Like they're squeeze out the joining the team, and the Warriors are hard to make in the space. Even they have a lot of healing for that. They have a damage is reducing a lot of point for the making the Warriors are not taking the point.
It's been some good pressure exuded. Rail shot through. Overclock now available here for XCN. Looks like he wants to try to hold on to that one though. Then he's going to be taking a little bit low with the coalescence in from Y, helping to keep him alive. Will's trying to shove back the rest of Hayabusa with a kill there on the Jin. Hayabusa looks like they're going to have to go on a bit of a reset. They're going to be coming back and pushing into some pretty big ultimates here for Rise Project. The Overclock got that Rampage and the Sound Barrier, so a good amount of aggression and protection available for AP as they continue to tick up on the point.
Yeah, but this time they will build up Lily very quickly than before, so this is the key of the fight for the making a winning point for the Hayabusa Gaming, because if they if they have all the space in this with it, I think they have a good chance of making the winning condition.
Open already. HRY diving forward, finding some kills. I mean, lucky for Alexander, he didn't pop the rally, otherwise would have quickly lost it, but I mean, that is just effectively going to be the team kill coming through. And this Villia was dead off the rip. 70% now here for Horizon. That was just the one ult invested. It was just the Overclock.
This is the best point for they can winning condition before they're taking space. And Bull probably going to the point or taking the... Oh, wow!
What? Okay, not sure what happened, but Bellavoot just goes rolling through, able to find the elimination. Rally also rolling here from Alexander. Sound Barrier was used from Xerapi, but now they have to try to backpedal over to the point. Rampage ready to go. Xerapi going to be taking down Bellavoot, doing everything right now with this Wrecking Ball, but there's the double pulse. Alexander and Villia on top of each other end up getting taken down. And that could make the retake, that could have it completely fall apart. Xerapi now going to be respawning, Y going to be eliminated, the flip's still not yet there. You can see the damage output here from HRY just desperately trying to kill off this Wrecking Ball as he slides back around the corner. Barely any HP remaining, and eventually he will get taken down, and with Jin dying as well, they have actually done it. It was looking pretty dangerous for a bit there, especially with that Sojourn just dead somehow, getting rolled over.
Yeah,
but a Rise Project take the map.
I think that time the key of the winning time came after they killed the Sojourn, but in that time Lucio just clicked the Lucio ulti without the hesitated. That is I think the making the team like can holding that space like a really long time, and that is making the reason about the Mercury doesn't have to take the space. So that is I think they're doing like a really good communication, ultimate management also.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately this was just a really good adjustment. I mean, it was looking rough from the beginning, wasn't sure how, the Junker Queen was going to be working out for them, but the Genji pivot to try to get into the backline, dive forward, try to find some counters, stuff like that was okay, but as soon as they moved over onto that Sojourn, it was just overall way better from the side of XCN, who's showing that he's got some pretty solid aim when it comes down to those rail shots.
Yeah, a lot of team using like an Echo in this time, because I think a lot of teams starting of the meta probably they using the Genji Tracer, because that is a really hard dive comp, but some team want to counter the Genji, so they bring up the Echo for the counter the Genji. This is a classic way happened like a long time ago and every year, but if they're not using Echo, that means you can bring the Genji and Sojourn. That is only the reason they're not using like that too strong here, but that is a good point to realize it. They're not just stuck under there like a Scream meta.
Well, I think we do have a substitution coming in here for the side of Arise Project as well. So getting that map victory, and then just going to be flipping around one of these pieces. So I think it's actually going to be in the support lineup here. We'll get confirmation in a brief little moment to just be sure. But otherwise, we'll have to see what the map veto is going to be looking like because, now that first ban going to be coming in. So Hayabusa, where do they want to try to direct this? We've been seeing a lot of Blizzard World. Pretty much nothing but Blizzard World yesterday as well, just the one Hollywood. I'm curious if you have any insights on why that is. Is Blizzard World another one of these maps that currently allows you to run multiple different comps, and is that why people are favoring it, or is there something else going on?
I'm not sure which map they banned before, but one of the reasons they're probably each other know which map they're like a preferred. And then so if they're ban each other map, the only map they can using like a is probably Blizzard World because Midtown no one wants to play. King's Row definitely a lot of teams want to play. That is reason like easy to ban it. And also what was the other map? Hollywood. Right?
Hollywood,
yeah. Hollywood is like if you're good with the high ground map and like a poking style, a lot of team choosing. So that is the reason like only the map left is Midtown, the Blizzard World.
Okay. Well, I mean, it does seem to be the one that everybody really likes to play. It keeps coming up. We'll see if it comes up again here in this series or if we're going to be getting something a little bit more different. Because we did see the Hollywood yesterday. So I should pop this back in case production needs to talk to me. But we did see Hollywood yesterday. You were talking about that high ground contest. That was the attempt with the Life Weaver and the Roadhog to try to get some high ground control. Didn't really function too well there. But if it does come up again, we'll see what other kind of compositions these teams have prepared. But as expected, or as I thought was happening, we do have a substitution. So Xerafi's actually going to be stepping out. And I mean, this is one of those players who, like you said, you liked the confidence and the lack of hesitation to be able to pull the trigger on that sound barrier to really try to save them in that last round. And it is going to be, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be Lieutenant Nest or just LT Nest. As it turns out, I should have done a little bit more preparation. So that's my bad.
No, because I just like assuming about they changed their healer, right? Yeah. So that mean do they gonna be using the same comp as a Rush before, or do they gonna be change their style of the map? Because as I see, their tanker player is really good at the Dragon Kraken. So that mean normally if you're good at that kind of hero, you're not gonna be change the style, but they're changing their support, meaning they want to do like a play really slow com or brick com or Sigma com. I really want to see.
Well, there it is. It is going to be Blizzard World that ends up coming through in the end. And it looks like it's going to be Hayabusa first on that defense. So we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to stave off Arise here. But I'm curious to see what he's going to end up playing as LT. I'm just going to call him LT. As he comes into this lineup, because one of the things that we saw yesterday for, I believe it was Veryl, was, Mihawk getting subbed in just to basically only play Ana. He played that, looked incredible, and then just left. So maybe it's going to be something very similar where it's like, okay, he comes in, he plays this character specifically, this is his expertise, this is where he's going to thrive, and then as soon as we shift back to needing a Lucio, then we just change it right back over for Xerafi. We'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case, but I think it was also on Blizzard World when we had that. But anyway, the game is ready to go, so let's go ahead and jump into the action as we once more head over to Blizzard World. Alrighty, good old lovely Blizzard World. Nighttime though, still getting used to that.
Do they can choose a night and day?
I don't think so. I think it's just whatever's kind of defaulted into the game.
Oh, okay. Because
so it's similar with King's Row being changed as well. So we have a couple of the different maps. Hollywood is at nighttime. So I think it's just whatever the default is for ranked play, that is what you end up playing on.
I see. Because a lot of like a team sometimes asking during the stream, why do you not choose like a daytime or nighttime? It's like a stress out to choose a change.
King's Row with the snow and everything like that, the winter version. But it looks like maybe Xerafi not comfortable playing something like the Brigida, as we do have LT coming out playing that. XDN not going to be on the Sojourner. It's actually a change-up, as he's going to be on Tracer, and HRY is going to be on Sojourner.
Yeah, I think, well, this is a really interesting point. What? Because normally they're not swap the DPS player as a certain same role, but they're totally changed the role for the game. That is a really interesting point for the team. But by the way, the biggest thing about this point to watching is Jen Berg and the Baptist Jen. Because Jen Berg is really easy to take in the space instead of the Baptist like Jen. Because the reason about that Baptist Jen is a strong point is try to force out the when they take the space. But Blizzard War is not the way to you can do the poking before they take the space. This reason I think they're really incredible to choose a break. But when they sell the break, they definitely the blue team, like what is the blue team name? The Hayabusa Gaming. Yeah, they need to like go back for the high ground point for the before they can choose a poking station.
Well, already it's kind of getting pushed aside on that opening volley. Rise Project with very, very nice timing now, over 5 minutes to get this push going. See if Hayabusa are going to be able to slow them down. But I mean, just looking at the comparisons, it's basically only the Sigmas that are kind of close to one another as far as Ultra is concerned. I mean, XDN so far out in front. Vilya only at 38% of the moment here. So Kinetic Grass going to be used just to try to absorb up as much damage as humanly possible. But you can see a Rise Project just more than happy to leave XDN pushing the cart while everybody else gets ready to try to contest this high ground and get them off the walkway.
Yeah, I think their playstyle is really made it before, like they're not doing like auto play because they're trying to marking the tracer player, and when they're doing the marking the tracer player, they can just easily push like a payload. So there's a clever play, and I think the Hayabusa Gaming needs to like making the decision. If they want to contest of the payload, they need to like go at least like try to take the space for that. So they need to play more strongly.
Yeah, I mean a good flux and managed to find the kill there on the Dan. LT as well going to get picked off. I mean, that Transcendence was also committed into the fight, but just not enough to actually try to save him. Now Y getting stunned up will end up falling. So, okay, first bit of control here for the side of Hayabusa. Cart just going to be stuck for the time being, so we'll see if Arise is going to make any adjustments as this respawn comes in, but looks like Widely still just going to be sticking with this composition.
Yeah, this is a really good time for the Hayabusa game. You can do like a lot of damage stacking before they take space. So I think the key of the winning for the fight is they need to find out where the rotation. So that job is for the Tracer. So Tracer need to give me a lot of information when their rotation. But if they're our Tracer marking situation, they need to like find the rotation point by Sigma. So I think the communication of the rotation they find is really important for this fight.
Flux out online here for Dan, but of course, Jin holding onto that Transcendence, can use that to try to keep him alive, and they also have the Immortality Field here from Alexander, not yet forced out. Curious to see if they try to go for maybe a Pulse Bomb into the backline first and try to open things up. And speaking of pulses, it's going to be Fragrant who manages to strike first, and Y gets taken out. Overclock popped here from HRY, looking for a target. Fragrant down to just basically no HP, but somehow not getting picked off until just now. HRY finally able to find that elimination. The Flux not coming up with any kills. The Transcendence does get burned, but Cart is still pushing forward, and they need to contest this one, but they just cannot. They're pushed so far back. The cap ends up coming in. So 4 minutes and 15 seconds here for Arise Project as they continue pushing and finding more kills.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons like Hayabusa Gaming need to like make the punish about during the rotation, but when they don't have that point, I think still they're making the good kill by like a pulse bomb, but after that they don't make any decision making. So I think decision making they need to do like a bit more kicker than right now.
A bit more coordination, a bit more just fast decision making, committing to things.
Yeah, because look at the RI's project team. They're not, even their Gen die, I don't care. They're just like press the button and just like dive in. I really love to see like that kind of aggression.
They're just happy to fight no matter what. I mean, it was the same thing with XDN getting picked last map. They just drop the sound barrier and continue fighting. And so far, it's been working out pretty decently well for them. Only really stopped, for that one little period of time. But Vilya looking to try to stop them once again. Nice headshot, and that's going to be LT getting taken down as well. Why searching for a target to try to snipe here, but he's going to get dove on. This Fragrant gets forced back, but he's just out in the middle of nowhere, so eventually does die. So forced to reset. Once again, here is a Rise project, but still, I mean, so close to the end of the map. They still have 3 minutes to work with, so it feels like they should be able to make it to the end here.
I don't think so.
No?
One of the big reasons is why do I don't think so is because this map is this distance is really easy to participate, making a lot of value than before, and also maybe I'm wrong. But also in the same time, Brig is hard to take the space with even they have a Lily. So if the Sigma counter Lily, then they probably can make it the whole point in a long time.
Okay, well, they're looking to do just that because the rally was committed to the fight here by LT, but ultimately they have to try to back away. It's just Amp Matrix plus the Overclock. They come up with some really nice kills. Flux as well was chucked in there by Bellaboo. So, I mean, it was a hefty commitment, 3 ultimates used to try to hold this, but ultimately when you have the cart that close to the finish and you're trying to prevent it, it's hard to say whether or not you over-invest it, because ultimately they're still buying more time.
Yeah, I think that is not over-investing because of if you're doing that they have a Brig ultimate, they don't have a way to take the space strongly. So at this point, I think still have a Hayabusa game, you can win in condition instead of if you not die from the first one.
Well, LT trying to not die, pulse bomb able to find one, but then Dan taken down. I mean, why just not getting into a position where he actually is able to use this Transcendence? I thought maybe he would pop it there. As they were, committing in with the Overclock, it seemed like that was the go moment for a Rise project, but maybe a little bit, becoming a bit more disjointed, where they were looking very cohesive on the opening map. Maybe things falling apart a little bit for them, but they do have all of the ultimates now out of Hayabusa Gaming. They still hold on to a Flux, so Immortality Field, something that's going to be absolutely crucial for Hayabusa, but if that gets forced early, then that Flux could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and if a lot of team in this kind of situation play really slow for the giving try to kill during the rotation, and if the rotation time, if they can boost a lot of skill or in condition, they still have a winning condition a lot for sure. Because Brig, Sigma ulti, they can counter by droning like that, Immortal Flow, and also they have a time for the chill before they take the space. So now, still, however, the game can make it a winning condition. But they need to be more chill before they take space. But they're not the one to give in the time for they taking the chill.
I mean, it's 4 meters left to go. The push coming through, and no one can touch. So in the end, I was really, really close because, I mean, you looked at the ults coming up. Yeah. The Flux was nearly there. They just got that Amp Matrix. Had they been able to buy a little bit more time with, Fragrant maybe not dying right at the start of that final fight, maybe they could extend it, get those ultimates online, and actually stop the push from coming through. But I think overall, decent time buying. Because, I mean, again, you think about what I was saying, oh, surely they can make it to the end. Over 3 minutes. They work it down to below a minute. So that's overall not that bad considering how everything started. Because, it was over 5 minutes for a Rise project on that push.
I think Hayabusa Gaming doing very well to understand their strong point. Also, they're not really know about where they can making their home value. So if they can figure out that point, definitely the Hayabusa game can do much better than before, for sure.
As a coach, I am curious, when you're watching your teams play, is there a point where, with time bank remaining, where you're just oh, it's screwed, we can't win? Is there a certain point where you always believe that there's that chance?
Okay. I can say, because the OWCS is already gone, some team, if they're push onto a second point, and when their opponent team push much more, then it's already game over, right? So they're not trying anymore.
Right.
Because they're they sometimes change the calm or change they're not trying anymore. Some team, but as a coach, I can't do make them to do a play like that.
Okay, they're always believing that it's possible for the win.
Okay, Hayabusa Gaming bring the Brig in this time, and RI project using the Brig also. Each other totally same comp. The meaning of the same comp is always the key is by DPS.
I mean, I think it's interesting though to see that Hayabusa going to be moving away from that Baptiste, which was finding a good amount of value. Those immortality fields were saving them at certain moments, but wanting to have this now for the attack, as you say, help prevent some backline picks, perhaps, but already going to be finding one as Y gets taken down. Nice headshot from Villia, taking out this enemy Zenyatta. They're trying to work their way forward, get themselves over on towards that point. Low HP bars up for both of the tanks, but HRY with a nice headshot will get some revenge for his own Zenyatta, taking out Jin, and very much slowing up this attack once more.
When they have this much space, they're really hard to take this base by Hayabusa Gaming, but in the same point, the RS project also don't have like an option to like do something strong, but they still the way to find a strong like aggression. Really, really aggressive team.
Oh, well, now they're getting aggressive. Pushing all the way down here to the gates.
I think
more kills in the back end, looking for more. Jin at half HP, but okay, XDN not pushing for the Zenyatta, not gonna get greedy.
that a lot of coaches like or a lot of team players say secure, and that's why.
Does that just means that you back up, stay safe,
Yeah.
you know, don't die at this
Don't
point.
die.
Yeah, definitely. I think the wise timing there on the call, but I mean, right now. Defender's advantage looking very good for Arise because everybody pretty much, aside from Y and LT, actually ahead for ults, but Bellaboo finding HRY.
Wow, that is a really huge kill because if the Sigma don't have a HP, the other person is the only Tracer can hold the point. But if you force out the even Tracer, they don't have an option to make it a winning condition.
Y going low. So close to the Transcendence Zone, they could use that to try to recontest alongside the Flux, which now we do see that is going to be popping. When the stun comes in, he actually gets it canceled. Fragray on the hunt, looking for something here as HRY back up onto the high ground. Rail shot goes through, he's able to find Villia. Flagray's still threatening, but now Transcendence in. Flux out from Bellaboo, dropping them down to the ground with the Transcendence there. From Y, keeping everybody alive. Pulls bomb from Flagray not finding anything. The headshot comes in, HRY able to find one, finds two, and XCN gets a third. Two apiece here for the DPS. Villia not even getting the chance to rejoin the team. 2 ticks gained, but only a minute and 18 seconds remaining here for Hayabusa.
There's Sigma cancel by Sigma ulti. That a lot of time, like even a lot of player literally like consider about the enemy position, the same position. To be if you cancel it, they really like get the stress during the game. But at this point, I think still have a Brig ulti, and they also have a Brig ulti and Soldier ulti. But I still they have a lot of points they can make it because if you just go to the point, they don't have option to like hold in the point. So the key of the winning is by Tracer. But I think they don't have even Tracer, so I think doesn't matter for the. I think definitely the Hayabusa can making the winning condition. Just go to the Brig ulti and take the space and go point. And
Brig ulti on one side, but okay, overclock pick from Villia, able to find HRY, so some of the damage is going to be gone. The pulse bomb from XDN not coming up with anything, and now Dan's going to be taken down as well. The rally just way too late. I mean, LT had that for quite some time, but doesn't commit into it, so the cap is there. So even without that Tracer, as you mentioned, I mean, they just managed to find some basically neutral kills. You know, the overclock was used, but good eliminations found, and now they get that extra 2.5 minutes to try to push.
And also, second point of the Blizzard World is really 50-55 for the each other team, but if the one team is a retake condition, always the retake condition team like have a disadvantage. So Hayabusa Gaming need to be like go more aggression instead of the pushing the card to take the space for the they can do easily take. So
yeah, I mean we can see right now just Dan sat up there on that high ground, actually dropping down for a bit, just trying to hold the corner here, and Hayabusa not doing a similar rotation up around here to try to get control of that walkway. Now they're actually contained and getting surrounded a bit here as Fragray does fall.
Yeah, Blizzard World, if you're surrounded by here, it's really almost impossible to take the space. So always the team like making the way to find the winning condition by take the space.
There's another interrupt there on the Flux, perhaps, or just a really quick drop down either way. Kill not found at the back of that one, but LT able to get Alexander. Dan not going to be taken out as Bellaboo still is committing his Flux into this fight, but it feels like it's already too far gone as the Disruptor shot will be able to finish him off, and now Villia has to try to just slide out of here. HP bar already low. He will be able to stay alive, but it feels like maybe, again, that disjointedness showing for Hayabusa, where the ults are being committed, but the rest of the team isn't there to back it up.
So if you have the Echo and instead of the Tracer, the problem about the attack is always who gonna push the card. Because after Overwatch 1 and change the Overwatch 2, a lot of team like struggle who gonna push your card, and some team like a Tracer don't want to push your card, and some team definitely want to push your card. And at this point, if they don't push your, if no one can push your card, they don't have a pressure for and when you play defense. So this is a looks like Echo can do a lot of things, but if your Echo not making the value of the fight, alright, it's like just easy poking timing, whole time.
I mean, you can see just how far forward and how confident they're playing now as they continue to just find pick after pick. I mean, Bellaboo dead again, Dan surging forward 20% up towards that next Flux. I mean, it feels like the big thing that could save them would be maybe a dupe onto the Sigma from the Echo, try to get a flex that way, but you still nearly have a rally, you have the Transcendence for a Rise project, so even that's not the most threatening thing, as it's actually going to be a dupe here onto the Tracer, but Villia gone. Freygrey able to find Y, does stop that Transcendence from potentially coming into the next fight here, but Heart not moving forward, no touch coming through, somebody's going to have to try to force out that overtime, and it's really going to have to be Freygrey, it would seem, as the dupe gets ready to expire. He touches it, does have it moving forward, but now he's going to be down on the back end, so it seems like that is just going to be the stopping point here. Unless somebody else can try to make their way over, but with the respawns just now coming in, they just can't get over to the cart. So in the end, that is just going to be a Rise project collecting another win here on Blizzard World, and now moving up 2-0. So match point in their pocket.
Yeah, I think bring the Brigitte is a really good idea at the first point because they want to take the space with the Brig. But after they want to swap the Echo, that means they want to do like a more poking side comp. So in that point, I think Brig definitely need to change the Batis, or if you don't want to change the Batis, you need to do like a Tracer.
Something that could do a little bit more, long range damage alongside the Echo. I get what you're saying. But I mean, a rough position to be in now here for Hayabusa. One more chance to try to keep themselves in this series as we will be going over to push. So we'll see, of course, what map pick they're going to be going for. But right now, it just feels like the aggression and the confidence very much is on the side of a Rise project here. So I don't know if they're going to be able to turn this one around.
So if I'm Hayabusa Gaming and there looks like literally want to play more long range comp, so if you want to do that, definitely they want to choose a Colosseum, but they're probably going to ban.
Yeah, probably. And I think just from what I'm seeing at the moment, looks like we are going to be having another substitution here as far as the supports are concerned here for Arise. So just flipping out, probably not going to be moving away from that Brigitte once more. But we'll find out. First, we're going to have a quick little break. When we come back, we'll get into map number 3 and see whether or not AP are going to be able to take this with a 3-0 or if Hayabusa can fire back. So don't go anywhere. And welcome back. It's time to go into map number 3 here of our opening series. Right now, Arise Project out in front after a pretty convincing 2-0 start. And we'll have to see where they take us because we have Push on the horizon to see whether or not they get a 3-0.
Yeah, I think Hayabusa Gaming doing really well on to a certain point, but I think they're still a bit far about not far, but still need to be improve at the point to what they can do strongly.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing the aggression from Arise just kind of oftentimes catching them off guard because it feels like Hayabusa, they get themselves into these positions where they have an advantage, they get an opening pick, but then they're not ready for Arise to just continue running at them. Yeah. They think, okay, now they're going to back off. But because they don't, they just keep charging. They're like, oh, wait, what do we do? And then things start kind of falling apart a little bit more for them. So maybe some more commitment is what we need to see from Hayabusa if they want to be able to get this win and try to turn things around. Because now they need reverse sweep. I know, you sure plenty of experience in your career, knowing that when you're in a position where you need a reverse sweep, how difficult it can be to feel confident in your ability to be able to do so. But you were mentioning Colosseo potentially coming in, and it is going to be picked, so they have that at least. So maybe that poking, prodding style can come into play.
Yeah, I think if they're doing a poking style really well, if they have a confidence to play with that, I think they have a good chance of making the winning condition for this map. Yeah.
Going into this, what do you expect from Arise? Do you think that this just goes straight back over to maybe the Junker Queen as well? Just try to, run on top of them again?
I think if they're comfortable play with the Breakcom, they still have a chance with the Breakcom, but if I'm them, I'm probably going to do Junker King Kong.
Okay, well, it is going to be Zerafi who's stepping back in here, so LT is going to be back on the bench watching the rest of the squad to see if they can close it out. So maybe with Zerafi coming in, it could just end up being a bit more of that rush style, just pop the speed boost from the Lucio with the Junker Queen and try to just get on top of the enemy team. So we'll have to just wait and see if that is going to be the case or if they have something else up their sleeve that they want to bring through. But right now, my eyes just continue to be on XDN, who he and HRY, they continue to both look overall quite strong as that DPS duo. And also showing a lot of flexibility, being able to trade that Sojourn and that Tracer role, which is not something that we usually see. But Colosseo could be the final map here of our opening set of the day. Hayabusa needing to get a win here to try to extend this, take us over to Flashpoint. But again, reverse sweep territory, always difficult when you find yourself in that position. But we'll see if they can get it done. It needs to start here on Push. As we get ready to jump into the action, we'll see whether or not this is going to be a fast start to the evening or if it can be extended a little bit. So let's go ahead and jump into it, Colosseo, and see whether or not Hayabusa can hang around.
The design is done.
But okay. Let's see what they're going to have for us here as we wait for the clock to tick down and get an idea of what these compositions are going to look like. Do you want to see anything different from Hayabusa since they're the ones that are currently down 0-2? Is there a specific composition that you'd like to see them running?
If they have a chance to, I want to watching probably the Echo Tracer or Hanjo based on, because if they prefer do more a poking style, I want them to do more a strong poking style comp.
Well, right now, as we get ready to open the doors, it looks like maybe Bellaboo going over to the Wrecking Ball here, as XDN was showing Echo for a brief little moment, but we'll be going over to the Sojourn again.
This is really interesting comp, because if you want to play the ball comp with the Lucio, they don't have a way to do much more damage, but also you don't have a really tempo for diving. So this is really hard comp for making the winning condition by Hayabusa.
Already Villia going to be taken down, and for a great force to use that recall. Taking a nasty rail shot down to 18 HP, just pulling back away. So it seems like as the bot unlocks, and it's actually Y who does collect that kill again. Clearly very well versed on the Moira. 2 kills found now as the bot will be moving forward for Rise Project.
Yeah, because the major point of the job, the gaming, is interrupt the enemy team to do something special, right? So in that time, Soldier need to making the kill, but Colosseo, it's not easy to make the charge of the energy for do the one shot. So it's really hard for the player to making the charge shot. Let's see how can he make it.
Well, so far, even with the Death Valiant doing a decent amount of damage to try to keep up here, so we can see that the overclock charge between the two Sojourns is going to be looking pretty decent, but HRY very far out in front. That Pulse Bomb nearly built up already for him, as well as Y collecting those 2 kills. The Coalescence is nearly there. That could be a big thing to try to break through the ranks here of Hayabusa Gaming, so I'll have to just wait and see, but jump up over the top, disrupting shot on the stairs, turn into the backline. I mean, XTN just so aware of Fragrant's positioning, just completely 180s, gets the headshot onto him. And that's both DPS players for Hayabusa now out of the fights. The push continues.
I think he aware about the Tracer is much better than some of the OWCS player. Because even I sometimes tell the player, they're not even
Oh, here we go again. Yeah, I mean, just jumping forward. I mean, they're right out in front of the spawn rooms right now. The checkpoint not grabbed. Actually, it will be a steal away. I believe it's going to be Fragrant in the back lines trying to move that bot back. But in the end, they just can't really keep it shifting away. So the checkpoint will be grabbed here very swiftly from the side of Arise Project. And it's only the Coalescence that they have to use to be able to win that fight and get the bot to this point.
But Colosseum is one of the map probably, even you push a lot of point, you can still possible to making the reverse. So
we'll see. But Alexander going to be thinking that before he can try to use the Coalescence there. Sound Barrier was committed from Xeraphing in response to the minefield as Fragrant sends out the Pulse Bomb, but ultimately isn't able to find a pick off of that one. Crash back through. You can see Bellaboo just trying to keep the bot locked in place, stop it from moving up this final ramp, but in the end just has to roll out of there. He's just too low on HP. High ground taken here from Villia. Overclock rolling, gets a nice shot across onto Dam, but now the Pulse Bomb comes in from HRY. He's able to take him down, just further interrupting that ult and the DPS that he's trying to offer up. The chase in also finds Fragrant for his troubles. Things not looking great here for the side of Hayabusa as Bellaboo just, I mean, the healing throughput right now is just so rough for him. He ends up getting taken down, and that's another big issue that you kind of have here with the Wrecking Balls. He wants to be plugged into the back line, but unless the Lucio and the Moira are diving with him as well, he can't get any heals.
yeah, also the other point is like a Junker can come. The Tracer have a much more easy job than like a full com Tracer, because if you're marking the enemy Tracer, the dive com Tracer don't have a much more can do other thing. So if you want to still want to making the value for that, the Lucio need to do like a together dive with your Tracer.
Well, bot's still moving forward. Coalescence looking for the elimination. Bellaboo now having swapped over onto the Junker Queen does end up falling into the corner. Here is Dan, but they managed to keep him alive. You can see everybody desperately trying to pile on, but he uses the shout, and I want to say record time.
Yeah,
they managed to get that push basically just unhindered, uninterrupted. 6 minutes remaining plus on the clock, as it's just going to be Arise Project able to take this win 3-0. So the selection to try to go over to Colosseo, you know, we were talking about it, wanting to see that long-range poke, it just didn't come through.
Yeah, because I think probably they do the poking com last two a map, and they feel like, oh, we maybe need to swap to a more a aggression com, a dive com, and that idea was not really a bad idea, but maybe that's not their suit for them.
I think, you know, do you think it would have been improved if there was something a little bit more diving alongside? So instead of the Sojourn, if it was a Tracer Genji with a Wrecking Ball, does that set up for a bit more success, or does the Junker Queen comp from Arise still just take that down?
I think it's better than that one.
It's better than what we just saw.
Yeah, better than we saw, yeah. But because I think Sojourn is really strong hero, but if they're doing the fast com dive, it's not easy you can do the strong fight. So especially with the bow, because bow taking a lot of damage, and Soldier need to do an aggression together. But Colosseum, it's not easy to do that. If you want to do that kind of style, definitely Yukin Straight is better for the.
Well, maybe something to be iterated on for the team in their future matches. But let's just go ahead and take a look here at our player of the match, because I think you could go a couple different ways. Overall, there was strong performances across the board, but it's actually going to be HRY who comes up with the win. You and I were opting to go for XTN. You know, pretty impressed with some of his Sojourn plays, but HRY also using that Sojourn back over on Blizzard World, looking strong. But I think between either of the DPS, it's a perfectly fine selection.
Yeah. Both is really reasonable, but only the reason why do I want to give him the XTN is because he swapped a lot of hero, and during the match, and this is their first time to play the match, right?
Yeah.
So there's probably a lot of pressure, even they swap the hero. That is a lot of things they can bring on the game table. Yeah.
Well, overall, another team that is going to be out here on our radars, on all the other teams' radars here in the tournament, because this is a really strong showing from them. And Hayabusa having a rough time so far in the event, still looking to try to get these map wins racked up for themselves, but very good performance here from the side of Arise Project. So I think, looking forward to them clashing with the likes of Six Blow, as well as maybe even Varel and whatnot. Those could end up being some really close series, despite how strong Six Blow and Varel have looked thus far.
Yeah, I think they have a really good chance to be like can build maybe history.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I only see the first time to their play, but their play style is really, I like it, because aggression is always the coach wanted. Because if you're hesitated, that is really hard to fix. But if they're non-hesitated, it is way better than always than hesitated.
All right, well, we're going to hesitate for a little bit as we have a break between our next series, and when we come back, we will get into that one. We'll see Pandia once again, who were able to rack up a win just yesterday. So we'll see if they're going to be looking just as strong today, or if INS is going to be able to give us some trouble. But we'll be back, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It is time to get into our second series of the evening out of 3. We had a very fast start to the show. Weren't sure what to expect, but we saw Arise Project coming away with a very decisive, very fast 3-0 win.
Thank you for me. I'm still nervous, but yeah, better than before, maybe.
Like I said, as it goes on, the more you cast it, the better it'll become. But when you first start, it's very daunting. But daunting could be potentially the word that we use for Insomnia as well, because we haven't gotten to see this team yet. So they're about to make their debut, and they're going up against Pandia, a team that overall looked pretty decently strong yesterday. Played the longest series that we've had, the only one that hasn't been a 3-0 as well. But they did look quite good in their matchup. So Insomnia getting ready to come out for the first time now, have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, yesterday both of the matches like really interesting watching because each other like bring their strong point for the match, and I still want to see their bring their strong point. Yeah.
So, as somebody who's obviously worked with a bunch of different rosters, how are the nerves usually with all the different teams? Even when it's, these players that have played on stage before, when it comes to that opening game, is there still those nerves even when you are a veteran?
Yeah. Every single time. Every single time. Yeah.
All right. Well, that could potentially be working against Insomnia. As mentioned, we did see Hayabusa go down 0-3 to Arise Project in our opening series. We're going to see if Insomnia can fight against Pandia, though, to give us yet another close series, because we saw that one go the distance. I was casting with Wolf yesterday, and he finally got to see Flashpoint for the first time. We got to go over to Escort as well. So I'm curious to see if that is going to happen. But we'll take a look at the Insomnia roster, as this is going to be new faces for all of us. And as we can see here, we're going to call him Leon.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm guessing that would be like Leonoterix, kind of like a pterodactyl, but with the silent P. But just for the sake of keeping it simple, keeping it quick and easy, we'll say Leon.
Let's do that.
And I like it, electing to go with the Reinhardt as far as a favorite hero is concerned here. This is obviously, for anybody who's confused, not what they're locking in, not what they're going to be playing in the opening map. Obviously, we have no way of knowing what that is unless they told us. But yeah, just kind of giving us their favorite heroes that they like to play.
Oh, is that the reason why they're showing?
Yeah, just kind of reflecting what they like to play here. And it kind of gives you a little bit of, maybe I guess as to what you could expect from these players. So maybe we see a little bit of that Genji. We have seen a little bit of Soldier 76 yesterday, as well as Reinhardt, but it wasn't the best. It was pretty desperate when we did get to see that one. But of course, on the opposite side, we'll get ready to take a look at the roster for Pandia, because these are some more familiar faces for us now for those who have been paying attention. And we've seen some really strong performances from pretty much everybody on this team. Dox in the tank role looking very strong. Didn't get to see Chung coming in yesterday, I believe. I think it was Dox the entire way through that series. But Zessen and Sanyo both looking good as far as the DPS were concerned.
Yeah, I think yesterday when I saw their full-time match, and really they're getting better during the match, and this is
Yeah.
like a good sign for definitely for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a rocky start, and then we started really seeing things coming together for them. I mean, Zessen as well, with some of the flexibility that he was putting on display, was really good to see. And I mean, the Widowmaker was something that ended up being crucial as we did go over to Circuit Royale. So that could, if the series goes the distance, that Circuit Royale, something that Insomnia would have to be worried about, because this team looked very, very strong over on that map. But we'll start, of course, with Control in a little bit here and see where this map veto went after the coin flip, because we've been seeing, again, a lot of Samoa so far. I think I've gotten 4 Samoa games, 1 Lijiang Tower. I'm down to change it up a little bit. I don't know about you. Samoa's gorgeous. It's a great new map, but I like the classics. I like seeing some of the older Control maps that we have in the pool. So I'm curious to see if they're going to take us somewhere a little bit different here today.
What is your favorite coast map?
My favorite Koth map, I really do like Nepal.
Really?
I think that Nepal is great. I think all 3 subsections, other than maybe Village, are great. I really like Shrine. I really like Sanctum. And there's just been some really great moments that I've gotten to cast on that map in the past as well. So I'd probably say Nepal, and then after that, maybe Oasis, actually.
Oh, yeah. I think I personally not too much love the Nepal, but I personally like the Oasis a lot. I have a good memory with the Oasis.
I'd say that those 2, and then Lijiang, those are my top 3 all time.
I hate the Lijiang Tower.
Why?
Because I losing to the certain team.
Okay. I get where you're going with this one. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Lijiang on Tower, etc.
I see.
Some fantastic moments delivered on that one as well. So I'd say that those are probably my top 3.
Top 3, yeah.
Wolf and I were talking about this yesterday as we wait
really?
to see what the veto is going to be. And I'm curious. Are you a fan of 2-point capture? Do you miss 2CP? Do you miss Assault?
I'm the one person never liked the 2CP.
Never liked it? Okay.
Because
You're one of those.
I will tell before the match start. The one of the reasons why team doesn't like the 2CP is because the other map you play more than 2 times. Coast and the hybrid and the payload in that time, because they don't have like other map type. But 2CP only play 1 the whole series, right?
Right.
So that is the reason like a lot of team not practice 2CP as like a much.
Okay.
That is the reason why the weak team can make the winning. The 2CP.
I see. I personally, and Wolf as well, was joining with me in kind of missing it. It was a nice little different, taste compared to what we, have in the game. And I think that, especially now that we have 2 additional different map types in the game with Flashpoint as well as Push, it just makes me miss that kind of original gameplay that was in there. So maybe one day it'll get reworked and they'll reintroduce it. Maybe as like a quick play mode even would be nice. Actually, maybe they even do that. I'm sure. I don't play quick play.
So you're missing of the 2CP type, or you're missing the map?
A little bit of both.
Both.
I like a lot of the maps. I liked some of the high tension moments that we got from 2CP as well.
Yeah, 2CP definitely as a viewer at the watching point, definitely like a lot of interesting point like going on, especially at the second point.
I mean, you think of some of the probably the most hype moment from the beginning of the Overwatch League was Prophet over on Volskaya.
Yeah.
That's the one that's etched into the history books. Also, shout outs to Prophet. Enjoy your retirement, King. Forever my goat. Maybe you'd have some disagreements.
No,
I think
I think Prophet is one of the best players for sure. Yeah. He's doing like a lot of Genji and Tracer, and even the meta chain, he's still to play perfect, not perfectly, but good performance, right?
Yeah.
So I think I still can believe he's one of the best.
Well, I hope he enjoys his retirement, and maybe he'll pop up again in the future. Because it's like Dragon Ball Z. These players, they can always unretire.
Yeah.
You could or it's like Diablo, the game series. You could always bring Diablo back. So maybe he'll pop up once more in the future.
I mean, Bodring also like a retire, and he back after 1 year, and he's doing the good performance.
I feel like I heard that Birdring was going to retire multiple times. Rascal as well. Like, I'm done with this game. I'm not going to do anything. Okay, now I'm coaching. Okay, maybe I'll play. So it can always crop back up. And being told that we have a bit of a tech issue on the side of Insomnia, so we're working to get that taken care of. Sure. And then we can get into this one and see how everything is going to be developing for the teams, as well as what that map veto is going to be like. So hopefully something that we can quickly take care of and then get back into this one, or rather get it started, I should say. But welcome to 9K, because you have your first tech pause in your casting career.
Yeah, but we still finished the last match earlier.
That's true.
There's a karma.
We're making up for bought time, I suppose, because everything was so fast to begin with in that first series. I mean, yesterday, again with Pandia being able to take that series in the end and having it go the distance, it was, that was like a 2-hour series that we had. So definitely a bit longer compared to what we're used to in Overwatch 2. But yeah, we gotta slow things down a little bit, I suppose, as we get ready to go into this one. So hopefully everything's going to be fine. I think it's an audio issue for Insomnia, which are usually some of the faster ones that we have to try to fix. So hopefully we can take care of it. But obviously, given that the teams are online, playing over in Japan, we don't have them on site. So we can't handle things ourselves. So we just have to, walk them and guide them through potential fixes for stuff, and then hope that everything is hunky-dory.
I see. Because I think this is like a different point, but I think my longest play...
Oh, okay, we got the veto.
Oh,
sorry,
really?
not to cut you off. And it's going to be Nepal. Man, look at that. So we will be going over to Nepal. I like the ban. Thank you, Insomnia, for taking Samoa out. Not that it's a bad map. I just have seen too much of it.
But I still... Samoa is very interesting for me, because I think I saw the other map too much. Yeah. That's
the thing. You want to have that kind of that variety, that flair, which is why I enjoy having the map pool be open again, because at least if you are going to be seeing the same map over and over again, it's the teams electing to go to it rather than it just kind of being forced upon you, by the production and everything. So I like that we have the veto and the draft and everything like that. So it will be Nepal. I'm curious to see what comps are going to be looking like coming into this one. I mean, do you have any kind of early anticipation as far as what we can expect for Nepal in particular?
I think Shrine and the Sanctum, definitely bowl can be possible to learning, so Pandia probably learning the bowl. And Village, I'm not sure which comp they want to do the Pandia, but if they do like a really high mobility comp, they probably want to do Doom or Orisa, like that kind of style.
Okay.
But yeah, one of the reasons why do I mention the Orisa is because most of the main tanker player used to be like I love to play the Orisa, so that is only the reason. Maybe Reinhardt. Yeah.
Well, hey, he likes the Reinhardt. Maybe it'll come out. We'll have to just wait and see. But it looks like we are about ready to go here as we get the map set up on your screen. So Nepal to begin. Where we go from there, we do not know. We'll have to see how the map drafts continue, and also who is going to be coming out on top. So pressure here on the side of Insomnia. As mentioned, this is their debut in the tournament properly. So we'll give them a warm welcome here to Overwatch Champions Series Japan as we jump into the action for map number 1. We're heading to Nepal. Alrighty. Well, next couple seconds we'll see what the hero comps are going to start looking like here. And you mentioned that Wrecking Ball. Dox is playing quite a bit of it just yesterday. Looks like he's going to be coming out the gate with that one with Zessen potentially on the Echo. But Leon leaning towards Junker Queen, at least for now.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to fight?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I mean, the Kiriko, now the flip over to the Lucio, it's looking like it very well could just end up being the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I think Junker King come without the Mura is really strong for the ulti cycle, but at the first fight, sometimes it's really hard to play with the Kiriko. So let's see how their Kiriko player doing.
Okay, and it was also a flip over here from Dox. He goes to the Doomfist instead of sticking with the ball. So still a decent amount of dive here. And Zessen for the time being just hovering here on the low ground. Looks like a wrap side wrap around here. From coast side is Sanyo going to get caught. Undersync able to find the opening kill here, and Dox quickly having to punch his way back out, making an exit after taking quite a bit of damage. But Leon pushing forward has that roar in, and Dox going to be taken down as those sticky bombs come through. So 2 kills found, both going over here towards Undersea. holding on to those as Navis very narrowly manages the TP out to safety, but point cap already here for the side of Insomnia. A very nice start for them.
Yeah, because the Insomnia taking the, what is it? The other side, we normally call the Olympian side or the other side, like that,
right?
Because the easy to like can make it a lot of player to understand. But so, and before when Junker can take the space, they need to force out a lot of like resource before to take the space. But if you don't do that, it's you have a little hard time. So always a key is force out before they take the space of their main tanker.
All right, well, Pandia coming back into this one. Really nice kills being found here. And Daisy and Undersea still going to be in a decent lead. Leon not getting too much charge towards the Rampage, though. And Pandia will find some semblance of control, at least for now. So 38% built up for Insomnia.
Yeah, good eye tracking or like information tracking by Insomnia. So they have definitely have a chance to take in the space easily. And now going on to force out their, not bubble, what is it?
Yeah, I like that though.
Yeah, that is good diving. There's actually good diving. But copy Kiriko?
Going to the Kiriko, I mean, you can get another Kitsune Rush online. Right now there's one out from Navis, and in the meantime, it's going to be the dupe here from Zison onto the Lucio. So looking to build up for a sound barrier. But yeah, Navis now going to be taken out. HP bars overall very low here on the side of Pandia. That sound barrier coming in just in time to try to keep Dogs in the fight. Now Mimosa also gets his own sound barrier back up so they can chain these together to try to maintain control of the point. Leon going to be taken down there. Sanyo finding the kill. Now the beat going to be dropped on either side. The man advantage is here for the side of Pandia as Leon going to be taken down. Docs still so low, and you can tell that Undersea, he wants to try to get on top of that Doomfist, get that beam in, but just doesn't have the opportunity, especially now that the Seismic Slam just absolutely crushes him. So very nice one fight. Narrow margins for Pandia to be able to win that, but the dupe on the Lucio actually ends up being really huge.
Yeah, it's actually really huge. I'm not sure he'll do on purpose, because I think definitely on purpose, because when the Junker King come take the space, you have a hard time to like hold the point side, right? But if you have a Lucio, definitely a lot of healing and a lot of like a sound barrier, definitely you can hold the point. That is the reason they're never giving the point side.
Oh. Well, Undersea able to find him. And Doc's going to be taken down. Meteor Strike not even coming into play to try to take himself out to safety. And now Zessin isolated, dead. Sanyo as well. So good return fire here from the side of Insomnia, stopping Pandia before they can get up to 99%. 94 is there, but still working on building up some of those ultimates. The Rampage, the Junker Queen nearly there. Pulse Bomb from Daisy might be able to find an opening here. It needs a target that isn't Docs, let's say, because otherwise he's just going to put his fists up and mitigate a lot of that damage.
So you're asking about which target you need to like watching for it?
Yeah, which I think, you know, obviously either of the supports is probably going to be a good one, but if Navis is nearby, then that Suzu can come into play. Doc's going to be going low, though. Meteor Strike going to drop down right here in front of the Junker Queen, and the Seismic Slam actually enough to be able to take him out. So the Rampage, again, eliminated from the fight, but it's going to be a trade out here as both tanks are going to be taken down. And much more pressure now on the support from the DPS to try to turn the tide of this fight. The Kitsune rush in from Karu might just be enough, however, to help them back into this one. The flip nearly there for Pandia, but you can see Insomnia looking to push them off this point. Sanyo able to break Undersea out of that dupe, but now he's going to be taken down. Zessin going for the dupe of his own, goes in here with the Tracer, forced to pop the recall immediately, but is putting down a lot of damage, nearly eliminating Blink, who almost has that sound barrier available. But he's able to play elusively. He's able to keep himself in this one, and the reflip comes back in. So Insomnia now with a chance to win.
Yeah, I think Pandia have a really ultimate condition is not good as like a Junker can come. So probably Insomnia want to do the pulse bomb to their back line. So let's see how they making the pulse bomb.
Kitsune rush out from Navis. Mimosa, sound barrier now online, drops it immediately as Dox goes down to about half HP. Pulse bomb still held here from Daisy, can wait for that shield to try to go away and get an instant pick. Sanyo uses his own, but not going to find an elimination straight up from that one, but Leon's still going to be taken down now. Zessin out of the fight. Mimosa works down to about half HP. Daisy dead. Pulse bomb was used, but Sanyo going to be traded at the same time, so it's going to be Tracer for Tracer. There's no DPS available here for the side of Pandia at the moment. Karu, however, now going to get picked off, and they actually move off the point long enough for the round to go the way of Insomnia.
I don't know, what can I say?
C9.
Yeah, C9.
Well, I mean, yeah, getting Karu was a huge one there at the end.
Yeah, but I think like Insomnia team, their backline doing really huge play during the fight, because this condition is definitely, we can say, not good for the Junker King team. but they're still making the kill by this one, with even making the sound barrier.
Yeah.
And even Junker Kim was died though very earlier fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Leon had fallen, but I think was probably still trying to rejoin the fight. Maybe had just gotten back there in the end. I mean, obviously, Zezin and Sanyo also had both died, so they were working to get their way back over, but they just weren't able to occupy the point long enough. Looks like they're still going to be sticking with this Doomfist, though. Doc's charging forward, and this time Navis is going to be going over onto the Moira.
Oh, this is really unusual, you can say, because most of the time, the Junker King team using the Moria and the Kiriko, the Doomfist team using the Kiriko. But they want to get the thinking, need more healing for the winning, but maybe beta, yeah.
Even then, the healing throughput just not enough to keep Docs alive, so a good early kill coming in. Insomnia going to be now looking for potentially a 2-0, but Doc saying, okay, I'm just going to fight fire with fire. Swaps over onto the Junker Queen himself as the first lockdown of the point comes in, so Insomnia in control here on Village for the time being.
Yeah, so what do I say before about the Divecom Team Tracer and the Junker King Team Tracer? Which Tracer is better is like definitely Junker King Team Tracer, because one of the big reason is like their main is much more stronger and their side can play dependent by Tracer. So let's see the Junker King Tracer make the value, but not anymore.
Sanyo does get taken out, so Undersea able to trade one back, but without Leon, things become that much more difficult. Daisy using the Pulse Bomb as well, unable to find an opening kill. Coalescence available. Davis instantly going to be popping that one now to try to keep everybody else alive and find some additional staggered picks here, because, I mean, Insomnia is still playing quite far forward. Undersea, in the meantime, committing the dupe into this fight, so they want to try to get this flip back, but before he can build up the Rampage, he's going to get taken out of that dupe. Karu also falls in the meantime, so the cleanup coming in. Maybe going to be regretting committing the duplicate into that fight this early on, as the chase forward is just looking dangerous here. Leon was just getting back over the rest of the team and is instantly sent back to the respawn once again.
This is probably the worst scenario for the Insomnia happen, because you're giving the point by Memoriality, and also when you have a Kiriko come, it's hard to like take the space, but that is huge kill. That is a really huge kill, because if the Echo doesn't exist, then your Echo is going to be can do the tons of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Echo gone, the Tracer as well. I mean, it's just going to be a stomp right back through here onto the point. Undersea with a huge, just neutral fight opening, getting the 1v1 victory there onto Zezin. And now control of the point once more here in the hands of Insomnia. They're not too far behind. There's only 55% built up for Pandia, so it's certainly still an opportunity for them to be able to close out Village and get this as a 2-0. Harassment coming down, they're just looking to whittle away with them.
They need to catch the rotation. They need to catch the rotation.
Knife not going to be connecting there. Zezin just keeping tabs on Daisy around the back line. Rampage going across, managing to find on the 3. It's absolutely massive. The sound barrier is still committed here from Mimosa, but Navis is already dead. And as they just continue to get bled down, Docs is going to end up falling. So sound barrier used for absolutely nothing in the end. No kills found. Insomnia quickly taking this back. I mean, they gained 10% on the point, but that's a major ult commitment.
Yeah, but I think still thinking for me, giving the point and the win the fight, it's not really you can say happy, because look at the percentage. It has to be like only like more than 80%, but they're only losing the point like 2 times.
Yeah. Pandia right back into it. Gonna try to take this once again as the dupes come out. It's gonna be Junker Queens on either side, but Nevis again dead instantly. Hard able to find the kill. Now they're without any of their supports. Rampage was used here by Docs, but he is the one falling. Zezin knocked out of the dupe and instantly dealt with, and that might just be it. Huge fight win going the way here of Insomnia, getting pretty much all the rest of the ultimates out of Pandia. Now Docs desperately swapping over to the Zarya.
This is really interesting swap, because you're hard to touch the point, and maybe Tracer player needs to touch the point. After that, you want to like just giving the time for the... Oh, so
they get them soaks in. Kitsune Rush coming in though, and Mimosa again. I mean, the focus fire onto these supports has just been so good from Insomnia thus far. Nevis now taken out. The Doc's just going to be dead. All that energy, everything that he was trying to do, just completely ripped away from him. Sanyo can't survive either, so it just will be the cleanup here onto Zezin. And a very solid 2-0 beginning here for the side of Insomnia. A fantastic debut here into the tournament as they take down Pandia.
Yeah, I think definitely you can say that Junker King Com is one of the meta, but I think still you can winning by Doomfist Com, but maybe need to like a bit more practice.
I mean, perhaps, but it looks like Insomnia having plenty of practice playing against the Doomfist, just
Yeah,
really
true.
denying that value. I mean, a couple of rough moments on, Shrine at the beginning, but Widely coming back into here, getting on a Village, that was incredibly clean from them, and it felt like overall, you had two takes on the point Widely for the side of Pandia, and it was just so swiftly regained from Insomnia. So really dominant there. Leon looking great on the Junker Queen, really high value. The Rampage, especially when that did come into play, was a little bit slow to build up, but once he was able to actually use that ultimate, we saw, 3 people instantly shredded by that Rampage. So overall, very solid stuff, but I think we have to keep our eyes on Undersea, because that
definitely.
Echo was instrumental.
Yeah, because his copy time every time he making the belly, right?
Yeah.
So that is one of the hardest thing like Echo can do, and also he probably not really fight with the Echo duo. That is really interesting point, because Echo fight is always like the same as a power fight or Widow Maker fight.
Yeah.
So it's really important for the one of the hero, but on that person never losing the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is always on top. So really high value. I felt like always his sticky bombs as well.
Yeah.
Just connecting. Just never really whiffing those. Always getting a good amount of damage in. And then just getting himself into positions to be able to finally execute with that beam. We saw him struggling a bit versus the Doomfist, their Docs being able to play away from the Echo. But Undersea just kind of, learning Docs' movement patterns, kind of downloading his playbook a little bit, and then being able to just get on top of him and consistently find those eliminations. But I think the big thing here for Pandia is just going to be trying to keep that backline alive, right?
But yesterday they also losing to the Coast map, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
So this could just be that, Control, King of the Hill, not their map type.
Yeah, maybe.
Similar to, what was it, Shanghai Dragons?
Yeah.
Do
you know a lot
never
of-
winning on Control.
A lot of strong team struggle with the Coast map very beginning of the season, but end of the year they're figure out. So maybe they're one of them.
Could be. Well, and we'll get a look at that soon as we get ready to find out what the map veto is going to be for map 2 hybrid coming up. Blizzard World continues to just kind of be the flavor of the month, it would seem, with everybody opting to go over to that map. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, because it's what we had yesterday as well from Pandia after dropping that first map. So it could just be them trying to get that one back into the pool, and maybe from there they're going to be able to tie things up 1-1. But I gotta say, overall, I'm liking the looks of Insomnia. I wasn't sure what to expect from this team coming in, but pretty much everybody having some really nice moments in there. Daisy, some really good clips coming through with the Tracer, but Karu even with the Kiriko getting some nice headshots. And what do you know? It's Blizzard World.
Okay.
No Hollywood, no Kings Row. We're going to Blizzard World again.
Personally, I want to see the Kings Row, but yeah.
I'm right there with you, because I was talking about this with Wolf. Is like it's always been this map that everybody has typically felt comfortable on,
Yeah.
and it's always been pretty even when it came down to attack and defense rates. Like I remember we used to have those, during Apex and whatnot, and whenever we'd get to Kings Row, it's just like attack and defense pretty much 50-50, maybe 51-49% for each side, but it was always such an even map that it always came down to just the team that executed better rather than having some innate advantage for whichever side you started on. But
That's true.
It's going to be Blizzard World either way, so all of our wants and our hopes for the different maps that come through will be denied, it would
But
seem.
personally, I think this is the very first time to using the ban system, the map ban system. So if you go more further, maybe they're gonna ban much more other maps. So probably
happen.
they don't want to ban. They want to ban. They don't like it, right?
Right.
So maybe they're gonna be targeting the enemy side.
All right. Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe it's just, as well, getting some more tape on these players. But the game is ready to go, so we'll get ready to hop into Blizzard World and see whether or not Pandia will be able to once again extend this, make it be a long series, or if Insomnia is going to still hold the reins, be able to take it up 2-0. Let's find out as we get ready to jump into Blizzard World once more. Okie dokie. Let's see what we have here as... Okay, already. a bit of differences, at least on the hover. Insomnia will be first on the attack, so obviously have more time to be able to change things up. But for now, Leon showing us a Winston. It looks like Docs as well. Just going to be going for Doom off the rip here with the defense.
Monkey Kong? I saw some team using that one, but I believe Monkey Kong is not can be working. But always the Monkey Kong working against like a Doomfist Kong. A lot of team player or a lot of coaches say that, but let's see.
Okay.
It's working.
There will be some change-ups. Looks like just opening snipes to come through.
Ooh.
The sonar arrow as well to try to scout a little bit, and now the change-up. So, okay, back to what we were seeing from them. So it's going to be Leon over onto that Junk Queen. Undersea right back into the skies with the Echo. See if he can win the 1v1 versus Zessen once more. Now that Zessen is going to have those defensive sight lines, but already he takes quite a bit of damage.
But this map have a more advantage for the Pandia for sure, because this is more dive map, and their Echo can making the easy value than before. So I think I want to giving the credit for the much more to the Pandia, but
I mean, the opening dive was looking decent there as Docs was able to help isolate Blink. They got the kill there onto the Lucio for Insomnia, but now Doc's gone. So really, who can play the point? It's going to have to be Sanyo, but the first take already going to be snatched up here. So Insomnia getting off to a nice little early lead here as Sticky Bomb's going across and Sessin going to be taken down. Leon able to just turn back and help confirm that kill. Stun out onto 2. Undersea and Daisy both getting tagged up a bit, but will be able to stabilize those HP bars as Sanyo trying to escape. The melee hits, just not quite able to find the eliminations there yet from Undersea as he's backpedaling and will be taken down. Sanyo finding that kill. Another punch, another couple stuns, but Doc's gone once more, and it seems like Insomnia should be able to take this very easily as the Pulse Bomb stick comes in.
Oh.
Neves will fall, and yep, that'll be the cleanup and the cap. 5 minutes, 5 seconds now for Insomnia.
so personally, I think their Insomnia team key player right now is a Daisy, and maybe Pandia have a different plan to fight, but I want they try to do much more making the tracer value, because there a lot of Doomfist Echo comp. Definitely the key player most of the time is Echo, right?
Right.
So, but they're still their Echo just marking by enemy Echo, so tracer value is gonna be dropping tons of it. In this point, you need to do more secure play or ROS play, or if you don't like it, just try to bully enemy tracer. There's the only way for the making condition. But look at there. He marking the enemy backline. It's not the way you can make it a winning condition.
Right, especially when you're dead. Carver able to find the headshot. Undersea with the duplicate, just staying alive here on this Doom. Diving forward. Helps confirm the kill there on a Mimosa as he gets bled out from that rampage. And I mean, the cart just going to keep gliding forward. Doc's trying to harass around the back line, but trying to jump in on top of the Tracer. Probably not going to be the best thing. It ends up getting staggered quite a bit. There's just no way to try to bail him out of that position. So
but
cart
this is
moving
good
forward
trade.
unhindered. This is a huge amount of time right now.
Yeah, it's actually a good trade by Insomnia, the Pandia, because this map always like a dive com have an advantage for the taking the damage, giving the oh.
Well, I knew what you were getting at, but Undersea just comes back in and is able to find Zessen. And just winning out this Echo battle so consistently. You can tell just how well practiced he is on this one. Mimosa now going to feel forced to use that sound barrier. Drops it, shielding up 4 players. Docs, however, still widely the focus as the stick goes in, but it goes up with the Meteor Strike to avoid the damage. Mimosa going to be traded out here as Blink also falling. The knife through, able to find the kill, but a nice seismic slam takes out Daisy, Karu falling simultaneously. But back and forth fight, but one that I don't think Leon's going to be able to stick around in. Uses the shout, gets a little bit of extra HP. He's just trying to maybe take somebody down with him, but overall, will finally fall. And just over 2 minutes bought now. Some control finally here for Pandia.
So in this point, it's really making the hard time for the Insomnia, unless you can kill the Berserker ulti, because it's hard to ultation and also hard to making the point fight. Because point fight, the Pandia easy to can hold the point, but quite hard for the Insomnia. Oh, good diving, good dive. This is a really huge dive.
Yeah, side room rush coming through. As you can see, it gets thrown in there, and I mean, this is just going to be an absolute roll of a fight. Just stomping him out. Look, a little cheeky attempt at a back cap there from Daisy, as everybody else had been eliminated. It looks like he should be able to make it out to safety. Zessen chasing with the remaining bits of that duplicate, unable to find him.
But personally, with the kill quality using with the quality, I'm not a big fan of that because right now they don't have an option for the diving because they still need to do like a huge dive, but they don't have an option for that, and that means they need to look at really play aggression with the making the value. Let's see.
You can see them just trying to focus in there on
if you
the
go
docks.
to the point, go to the point.
Undersea pushing forward, finding Mimosa. That's going to be the Lucio now down. Gets the headshot there on the Nevis, and he's going to be antied out as the Rampage comes across from Leon. Kills found. Karu going to be taken out by Dox, but then he's quickly traded back as Leon will find the kill. And it seems like this point B cap should be coming through here from Insomnia, especially as Sanyo goes down. The last hopes of delay taken away here from them, but I mean, decent time buying overall here from Pandia. You know, this started with 5 minutes, 5 seconds for that push to be. They work it down, but still.
We can say there's a decent time banking for that play, but also the point is, the third point is not really good for the dive team, can make it to save the time. So let's see how they can figure out. Because Junker King Com have a much more value than Doomfist Com for sure, because low ground and flat ground always like happy with the Junker King Com.
Drop in there on the card itself, and okay, well, Mimosa pushing forward. He's able to find that boop. Leon going to be taken down. Sent over the edge as Undersea not allowed to survive. Good seismic slam coming in. They get the punish. And I think as long as they can try to hold around the opening choke here, this could end up maybe working out for the side of Pandia on this defense. It's more about, you know, Insomnia. Can they break through this?
Yeah, I think the point of the watching, you need to watching is, oh, they're doing the dive here?
They're rushing for it. I mean, Punch connects on the 3 there, slowing him up.
Highly skill, highly tongue, but he didn't make it.
Okay, consider rush expiring. Now they go for the duplicate, just giving him another tank here to play into the front line. Leon on a bit of an island here as they will just be backpedaling. Consider rush answering, coming out here from Karu to try to escort them forward here onto the card. So some space is given. Rampage built up, but it's broken out of that duplicate right before he can find value from the ult. Undersea out with one of his own. We'll see what he opts to go for. It has been that Kiriko in the past, and yep, looks like it's going to be that very much again. TP's out to safety, trying to stay within this one, build up for a Kitsune rush.
I think they're probably making the strategy with the Kiriko copy, because last time they also copied Kiriko. Maybe that is not on purpose, but if you have a Junker King Com, I think copy Kiriko is really not bad idea, because you can give him a lot of resources like a Junker King and take the
Oh, that TP timing.
No, that dive timing was really good.
Yeah, he got out for a little bit, but then Zessen was able to find the kill. Sound barrier forced there from the side of Blink. Mimosa still holding on to one of his own. As will be a trade support for a DPS. We wait for Zessen to try to rejoin the fight. Rampage now being committed in, but I think it actually whiffed. I don't think he found anybody. Shielding comes across, and yeah, I think Leon will have to. We would have to have a replay just to be able to see exactly what happened and where that went, but either way, doesn't get any connections whatsoever. Meteor Strike now coming in as Mimosa once again boops Leon off the side of the map. Meteor Strike to try to intercept and cut off some of these retreats back over to the spawn room doors, but this has been really good defense from the side of Pandia. 10 seconds now remaining as Leon will be showing us that Winston in desperation.
Yeah, Winston.
They need a touch.
But they have a critical ulti, so...
Punch on the 2, yeah, Blink gone, Dox able to find the kill, Undersea going to be taken out, Zessen able to find that one with the sticky bombs, and with Karu going down, that should just about do it. So very nicely handled overall here from the side of Pandia. I mean, they still gave up a good amount of space. You know, it's 2 points that they now have to capture on their own attack, but they successfully stave off Insomnia, and considering how this began with them kind of just falling over dead on point A, stopping them from getting to the end of the map, always going to be a positive.
I think Pandia for sure needed more steaming. They need more time.
It's warming up.
Yeah,
it could be the case, but it seems like now they are very sufficiently warmed up. I mean, we started seeing, you know, Undersea. He started off hot on, you know, both of the maps so far. But then Zessen started kind of catching up to him a little bit more, having some more impact when it came down to his own duplicates and whatnot. You know, not quite able to get the Rampage there in that final clip, but was just pumping out a ton of damage. We'll see if there's going to be any changes from either team, though, as they get ready to swap sides.
Yeah, also, if you're learning Junker King Com defense, it's not easy as like people thinking, because a lot of team learning with the rush com at the defense, but you need to like grab the chance of the making it for sure the target, and that is depend by your tracer and your tanker. So until now, I think their Junker King making the really good decision the whole time. So I really hope they doing good defense. But still, the Pandia need to just really play just like a ping pong style. And on the Jessin is one of the aggression diving and trade their bank line. He ignore always the enemy echo. And if they can get a kill, maybe they can take a point easily.
Oh, rocket punch. Use there as Dox looks to take some of the high ground, but okay, Zessin just going to be sniped. And Karu coming up with a very nice kill.
That is a huge kill, actually. Because without the echo, I'm not sure they can make it a value. When I say that, it's going to always happen something.
Oh, echo gone on both sides.
Yeah.
Some C does get taken out. A little bit of a faster run back, though, for Under C.
Good sign for the Pandia.
Jump back over here to the point. Dox trying to get the punch there on the Daisy. Can't quite make it happen, though. Just playing around the pillars. Manages to stay safe. For now, point occupied. Pandia ticking their way up. Insomnia need to try to interrupt this one. But Karu going to be caught over here right next to the docks. So very low. Has to join back in here with Blink to try to get some heals. But 2 ticks already going to be surrendered. And Pandia still just now under 3 minutes remaining. Get this cap through.
Almost they get the Kiriko ulti. So maybe, yeah, if you get Kiriko ulti, maybe different story. But yeah.
Well, Leon going to be taken out. The Junker Queen gone. They're trying to keep him sustained, but no ultimates to try to really turn the tide of the fight. So that is just going to be point A going the way of Pandia.
Yeah, this is a really good sign for the Pandia. But, yeah, because I think... No, never mind. So, no, I was too much thinking about it as like a coach. Yeah, but I still believe the Junker King can make it the strong dive, but they need to bit more marking enemy echo, because I feel like Justin not die as before. Because if the Justin can make it the value for it against it, you can definitely make it the easy win left. But yeah, their Junker King try to make it the more bully enemy echo. That is a good sign for the Junker King.
Yep, really good opening kills there. I mean, just forcing them all the way back into the spawner room. And I mean, this is kind of how they need to be playing this Junker Queen, right? You know, just very far forward, a lot of aggression. So it does work out, but still a good amount of time that they need to work through.
If you're holding this base, definitely Junker King can do like a strong dive to the enemy side or like a counter dive. So they need to holding here really long time. So this is the key of the map winning for them. They probably don't want to like give up at this point.
Okay, well there's the rampage, but sound barrier available on the back end, and Leon taken out before Blink can try to get the shieldings through. He himself under some fire. They managed to bring Justin out of that dupe, but there's the sticky bombs into the beam, looking to try to finish off Under C. Looks like for now, playing a bit more elusively, but as he goes into the back line, it's just so damn low. The push forward coming in, one more shot to finish him off. They can't quite find it. Pandia have finally pushed Insomnia back a bit, and they're gaining some space for themselves. Meteor strike down. Karu Blink still around half HP here for the supports. Insomnia just having to play back and wait for these HP bars to get into a better spot.
This is a good scenario. Oh, they're going to aggression with the difficulty. This meta is a bit hard to do that because they have so much mobility, like a disengage from your difficulty. But it was not a bad idea because they feel like they're losing until like a first corner to until here, so they want to grab the chance to like pushing back. But personally, not a fan.
They buy themselves a little bit of space and time there. Sanyo forced to use the recall. Doc still low on HP, but that next Kitsune Rush getting ready to become available here for the side of Navis, but nice stick coming in. Daisy able to find the kill there on Sanyo. Under once again going to be going for the dupe here onto the Kiriko. Seems like, yeah, the game plan very much is just going to be get the dupes up, try to build up towards these Kitsune Rushes and use those to push the aggression forward once more. At the cut there onto Nevis, just making sure that he cannot retreat. Insomnia maintaining control of the card for now. They get it close over to B. With a nice knife on the Sanyo. Can't find the kill. Still just over 2 minutes to work with if they want to try to end the map here. Daisy. Kind of getting stuck. right there on the side. Ends up getting taken out. Leon now very far forward. No bailout, no move speed there from Blink available, so ends up getting taken out. And that should just be the point B cap now.
Maybe they have one more chance. Maybe. Nah.
Yeah. Just too much distance. And I mean, just playing too far forward, that aggression getting punished. So Insomnia, rather than retreating back over towards the car and then looking to reset and then push them back again, they continue hanging around forward, and it does end up costing them dearly.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I say Junker Kingdom defense is not easy as like people thinking, because once you go get more fodder, you hard to go back. So until you have to hold in that point, if you never can grab chance for the rush to enemy, you're gonna be lose a fight a lot of times.
Ooh, Doxo.
Ooh.
In a really bad spot. It was a good knife to actually get the pull there.
If I'm Dox, I'm gonna ask you why you guys not take the space. I'm holding here. Well, I'm holding here.
Yeah, he was kind of alone on an island.
Yeah, I was thinking, why he alone the whole time? Yeah.
Well, quick reset, but nearly 4 ultimates to utilize here for Pandia, trying to break through this defense. And having the sound barrier to be able to just try to counteract Leon's ult there with the Rampage could be all they need. Considering rushes first, though. Davis using that one. This Rampage now going to cross. Mimosa, the only one who gets caught by him. He's got the sound barrier. Meteor Strike also out from Dox, and now Leon going to be taken down. Once again, the sound barrier from Blink not there to try to save their tank. Daisy stunned in the corners. The punch comes through. Dox with a headshot, able to finish him off. And it's just 2 meters left to go. Undersea actually going for the duplicate here onto the Tracer, trying to get a pulse bomb to really break something open quickly. As Leon's going to come back with that Doomfist, 0.35 meters left to go. They get pushed away for a brief little moment. Pulse bomb stick goes in, but the kill not going to be found. Instead, he's going to be broken out of that duplicate. Karu's going to fall. And it seems like this war of attrition should very well go the way of Pandia's, especially as the players continue to get dropped. That'll be it. The push will come through, and we are going to find ourselves tied up at 1-1. Pandia, you said it. Maybe we were right. It's not a cough team, not yet at least. But here on Blizzard World, continuing to find some value.
So I think Blizzard World, what the Insomnia team doing is like a classically happened to the Rush team. Because if you're losing at the fight very earlier point, like at the second point, then you never want to go more further. So if you're after they kill their Doomfist like the Dogs, and they have a still chance to take them more space, but they're just like keep holding the bag because they have a trauma.
They become so scared to actually push forward
maybe
again.
this time not going forward.
I see. Yeah, so I mean, maybe some work to be done there as far as how, when to push up, when they need to come back. So just finding out that balance of, and determining when they're overextending or whether they're just not extending enough. Something that needs to be worked on. But either way, we have a series here. Tied up 1-1 between these two teams. The question is, Pendant, do they do the back-to-back 5 mapper? Or can they close it cleaner, or can Insomnia regain control here? Because, of course, next is going to be Push. So somebody's going to be taking the lead.
Personally, Push map, I'm not a fan of the Junker King.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're going to be bringing it out once more or if they're going to be changing things up. But first, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will have Push. And here we go. We are back and about to go into map 3. Tied up 1-1 between Pandia and Insomnia. Just, yeah, not able to find the win there on Blizzard World. A bit too aggressive, a bit too passive at times. There were Insomnia. So now we find ourselves tied and we get ready to go into push.
Yeah, so push map. I'm a bit tired. No, because I think push map is one of the map for interesting, and in 2 years everyone like thinking about a lot of point. But personally, push map more than 60% dive com is better, because one of the big reasons is after they change the 10-minute, you can have a multiple time fight, and that time is always good for the dive com make a value. So if you're thinking about that, coast map very short time, so rush com always 1-5, 2-5 winning, it's gonna be end of the fight, right? The push map, even you win the 2-3 fight, game is not over, unless you make the snowball until the end of the point.
Well, let's see where we're going to be going here for push, as it is going to be Esperanza as our map pick. We got to see Colosseo in the first series, but I mean, seeing this now, do you expect still Insomnia to try to be forcing this Junker Queen in, or does this map, and the map type in general with push, does this force them to play something that isn't Junker Queen?
I think they're still gonna play the Junker Queen because they're still making a lot of value. Only the reason is when the start point, when after they kill the Doomfist, the dogs, they still need to get the more aggression. So there was as a coach normally at that time say, yeah, don't too much think about the last map, just focusing about what you guys good at that. And if they can keep bring up back to they're good as like a coast map, maybe they can push onto the end of the point.
Okay, well, we'll find out here as we get ready to go into this one, see who's going to be taking the lead. Can it be Insomnia again getting into the driver's seat, or will Pandia be able to move up to 1? I'm not sure, but either way, given the Pandia's in this, I'm maybe expecting that we have another 5-map series on our hands. It really comes down to whether or not Insomnia, if they're going to change things up, and if they can master the style of this Junker Queen as we get ready to go into Esperanza. Let's find out, though, and jump into game.
That was good pronunciation.
Thank you. Alrighty. We'll wait and see what they're going to be hovering here in a bit as we get closer and closer towards the doors opening up. Shoutouts again, though, to Avril, who got into my DMs earlier in between these maps and informed me that Leonopteryx's name comes from the movie Avatar.
Really?
It's one of the creatures in Avatar.
Oh, that was the listen. Oh,
it's one of the flying ones, I think, from the first movie that they tame and fly around on. See, I didn't know that because I think Avatar is dumb.
You mean first one or second one, or both?
Both. Relatively boring. Gorgeous movies, mind you. I think they are beautiful, but some recycled storylines, and they need to be a little bit more creative. Anyway, the gates are open, and hey, look at that. It's not going to be the Junker Queen, at least for the start. Oh, we're still going to call him Leon, mind you, even though we know the etymology of the name. We're still going to stick with Leon. He's coming out with a Winston, and Dox is starting with the Zarya.
Both team bring up the open, what is it? They're totally different concept of the com than before. So this is an interesting point. So if you're against like a Zarya com, the Monkey com is definitely have a huge advantage, for sure. Because one of the big reasons is Zarya com is hard to break the bubble. So if you're hard to break the bubble, that is your team can make it a lot of value.
Well, already though, a lot of back and forth. This is going to be the tanks and the Kiriko traded on either side. Zezen able to get a decent bit of damage done here with that Genji, but now you can see already the opening volley not working out for them, so Dox is going to be fast to swap over onto the Doomfist. The fighting still continuing, though, as we have had 0 push so far. It's just been so back and forth between the two teams, but with Sanyo going down, Zezen now getting ready to try to rejoin. See if the push can begin, but it's actually Pandia who start gaining distance. The backup, the pullback rather, the retreat's still there for Sanyo for a little bit of time, but now with the rejoin here from Leon, they're going to start trying to get some distance built up.
But a really interesting point is they're using like a Genji Sojourn because of the Zarya, definitely. But that com have a hard to making a lot of value because ooh.
I mean, Karu just sticking around for far too long. Pulse bomb stick though from Daisy will be able to get the punish there on the docks in the back end of it. And Karu obviously being a Kineko can TP back over to the team, so won't be missing out on too much action here. As Undersea trying to get the catch onto Mimosa. Into the back line. Ooh, shots flying. Sanyo going low, going down. Undersea able to find that kill as Davis tries to make his exit. Beam to chase in. Sessin as well, just slinking away as best as he possibly can. As they're just going to go for the duplicate here in this fight. They want to try to push through and get that checkpoint locked in. With Daisy finding 2 more kills, it seems likely.
Personally, it's happened to the Docs, okay? He was solo dive and he isolated too much time. I'm not sure why, because maybe they're trying to hold the space together. Or like
going to Malga now.
Oh, actually, this is my first time to see the Malga. Because I saw like yesterday was like a bring up and seems like it's a very well made and looks like literally can do a lot of things against it. So let's see.
It looked good for them when they were over on Flashpoint. They had a lot of value with that dive in. The Malga just rushing forward alongside the Genji. As Sanyo on the hunt eventually will be able to find Undersea. So kill comes in. Bit of space bought here for Pandia. At the time being, as the blade also going to be drawn out here. Karu trying to get away from this one, but eventually the final swipe will be able to take him down. Kills found. Leon quite far forward here. Certainly not going to be going in with the Primal Rage. Just jumps off the side of the map to go for the quick reset.
So in this point, it's going to be dilemma for the Insomnia because when you're using like a monkey ulti, definitely you can win the fight, but after you have a never chance to be like a swap the comp, right? So that snowball making a lot of push map dilemma for the using the comp.
We'll see if they can still use this to similar success though here for the side of Pandia. Doc's going to be going low, the dive into the back. Pulse bomb at the ready here from Daisy. Today rush now out from Karu as well as the Primal Rage just looks for the juggle there on Nasanyo that sets up for the kill. Daisy able to collect it. Davis taken low. Dive forward once again, coming in, looking to get the finish there. Davis will eventually fall. Moza as well is not in a position to even try and commit that sound barrier. So Sanyo going to be swapping over to the Echo now to try to match in that regard. With the checkpoint and the bot moving past it, forward spawns are there for Insomnia.
If you copy Malga, do you think it's going to be nightmare?
That sounds like it, actually. That's a good point. The duplicate, I mean, Undersea, he's been going for, the Kineko a lot to try to get those Kitsune rushes up during the dupe, but Malga, especially being able to build up that ultimate very quickly doesn't sound bad, and now we're going to get to see it. The dupe coming in, I mean, guns ablazing on both sides here, just pushing him down. Kill is found. Still only 60% towards that ultimate, but I mean, you can see just how much damage it does deal. Mimosa going to be going low, ends up falling. Navis as well in a rough position, TPing out as they look for the chase, so we won't be able to get the cage fight coming in there from the dupe, but it was still an immense amount of damage dealt by Undersea as the bot continues to push.
So Malga ulti is making the cage, right?
Yeah.
So
cage fight, gulag, whatever you want to call it.
I love that point. But they still push a lot of map distance, so that is meaning, good for the good sign for the Insomnia. And I love to see there not only one trick at the rush comp.
Yeah, it has been a significant change up in that regard. Dive into the back here, sound barrier used, but I mean, just so much damage as the cage does get dropped in. There's just nowhere to go. They get the ult out of him there, but I mean, going with the sound barrier there, Blink was only able to shield up a couple of players. I think it was actually just he and Leon, who is now going to be going back over to the Junker Queen in response to this Malga.
So I've never seen this matchup, Junkerkin and Malga, personally. So I want to see which tanker can make the more value. But most of the time, like a Junkerkin is better because you can do a lot of things for your DPS to making the space and take the aggression. But maybe Malga can do like a huge thing. I want to see that. I want to focus on that point.
Okay, well, Kitsune Rush. Slap down, duplicate having to be used there. Sanyo nearly getting taken out. So, goes for the Tracer, keeps himself alive. Diving into the back line, trying to find some value, trying to build up towards that Pulse Bomb. Whereas Daisy pushing up onto the high ground there, identifying the location of that enemy Cassidy, looking to try to take out Zessin. Deadeye now going to be popped. There's the dupe once again here onto the Malga into the back line. He goes, but this time not going to be finding near as much value. But as he exits, gets those sticky bombs across and helps take down Zessin. Car at the same time, having been traded, Undersea basically just no HP, just having to play back. and stay safe as the bombs continue forward here from the likes of Sanyo now. HP bars low on either side, but for now the bot is going to be held in a neutral position. It's still a massive advantage here for Insomnia because the clock is ticking down and they still have double the distance.
Yeah, this is really huge. Ooh.
Doesn't feel good dying to that at long range.
Yeah. I mean, Junker King is like a really... I mean, I don't know how can I say, but this is the hero don't have like a strong mobility, but still do a lot of things for the team. There's still a lot of team using this hero. Yeah, I think Junker King is really well made, like a design.
Well, it's been working out. I mean, in the hands of Leon, it definitely seems like this is, maximum comfort for him because this has just been overall pretty darn clean. See though, this Dogs once again, I mean, just playing, musical chairs with which heroes he's going to be playing Sessin as well, having to swap to try to match. Back over onto the Genji now. There's 2.5 minutes remaining. Quite a bit of distance that they need to make up for. The dive forward is coming in. Daisy going to be taken down, so it looks like Leon's with his low HP bar. Yeah, he was just going to hold on to the rampage here at the end of it all. So team kill will come in, and with an opportunity now to try to get themselves back in control. Some of those forward spawns still going to come into play. Let's see if everybody can get it. Looks like Leon will, and yeah, everybody has a forward spawn.
Yeah, 2 minutes is enough for you can push until the end of the point. So it's not, and yeah, especially Esperanza is, if you have still the Junker King comp, mobility comp, like a dive comp, and still can do a lot of things. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, what a knife there from Leon.
That is actually huge. Because
getting the catch on the docks, yeah, just not allowing for him to exit. Enormous. Undersea, not going to be finding too much when it comes down to the dupe, but you can see, I mean, Pandia forced away from the bot. It's now being rotated back away from them here. They do have the inside track, just being able to cut across the map to be able to get back in front of this one. But still, I mean, it's valuable time lost for them on their own push.
Oh, this is different point, but I didn't realize you can bring the gold weapons.
Can indeed. Outplayed, pulled the dive forward. Sessin going to be antied out. Wow. And he is just going to get bled dry. Leon able to find him there with the rampage. Pulse bomb from Daisy, taking out Nevis. That's both supports now gone here from Pandia. Just Docs, the last one standing now. As the bot again just getting ushered back over towards their spawn doors. Forward spawn going to get picked up once more here for Insomnia as it goes past the checkpoint. And with 55 seconds remaining, I mean, Pandia, they need to get control of this and they need to maintain it. They need to push so very far. Insomnia have complete control right now.
Yeah, I think Pandia right now, the panic about the swap the calm a lot, but personally, until this point push, the calm is not anymore a matter. The key of the winning is always like you need to just grab the chance of the diving, but the Insomnia never give the chance. Look at the ROS from the enemy damage. They're like really secure a lot of point, and they're Doomfist diving, and they're like a counter Doomfist, and after that they push back to the enemy. But ooh.
Okay, Sanyo able to find one opener there. It's once again the knife just going
but it's
in.
Not bad.
I mean, they just keep pulling Docs every which way. He can't play this Doomfist like he wants to because his movement is just constantly being manipulated by Leon. He's trying to snipe Sessin out of the sky with his knife. If he had hit that one, what a trick shot it would have been. But either way, that is just going to be the map completed as the time does drain down. Insomnia looking clean with it. That Junker Queen getting an immense amount of value. And this time, the Malga comp, alongside the Genji, as I'm struggling to put this thing in my ear, it can't find legs. It can't stand.
Yeah, I think the Insomnia bring the first fight at the Monkey Con was like a really, really brilliant idea for them, because I think definitely they're never expecting that. This probably they bring the like a Daria comp for the winning the fight, but that pick, that choose of the hero of the first fight is, I can give a lot of credit for him.
Well, it was very nicely done there overall from the side of Insomnia, but they're once again in the lead. But now we get ready to go into Flashpoint. And this is where that Malga comp did the most amount of, it found the most amount of value, and it truly looked incredible from the side of Pandia. So do they, I'm assuming that they're going to try it again.
Okay.
But now having played against it, at least in some capacity, Insomnia, can they counteract it? That's kind of where my mind is at, because they've beaten it here on push. Can you beat it on Flashpoint?
Yeah, but I have a question. Because I'm not really familiar with the ban system. How many Flashpoint men? Only 2, right?
For Flashpoint, we have 2. So you basically just get to pick.
So I was
Get on it, Blizzard. Make some more Flashpoint maps.
because I was thinking if you're both like a band each other map, are we going to the next map? I was like very curious about that point.
Yeah, I mean, for this one, it's just because of the pool being limited.
yeah.
You effectively are just getting a choice rather than kind of having an actual draft that you're doing in between. So I'm guessing for Pandia that they probably want to go back over to Saravasa once more. But we'll have to just wait and see if they have something different planned here for us.
Normally, Junkertown is... Oh, no, not Junkertown. Junkertown, right?
No, Junkertown would be your escort one.
Yeah, what is
New Junk City.
New Junk City, oh, my bad. But that map is definitely good for the dive com. But maybe they're happy to like winning the yesterday map, so there's a good chance they're gonna choose because it depends on like a personal. Like as a coach, I'm probably gonna choose a Junkrat Town, New Junk
We
City.
all know what you mean.
But the player always want to choose a map where they have a good memory.
Right.
So let's see which map they're gonna choose.
But there's always concerns with that one because Insomnia, again, we hadn't gotten to see them. Aside from their play in the Open, this is their first series here in the tournament properly. So there's no tape to study when it comes down to Flashpoint. I mean, you just didn't really know necessarily what to expect from this team generally coming into today. So they've had time to sit back and kind of watch Pandia play that yesterday. You could be sure that they were watching the games that were happening just yesterday. So they've gotten an idea as far as what they want to do. So maybe they have a strong idea of how to try to counteract it. We'll find out as it will be Saravasa once more. So not opting to go over towards New Junk City. We'll just be back onto this one, as Insomnia are they going to be the ones, picking it. And I'm curious if Pandia are worried now that they tried bringing out the Mauga on push and not finding success with it. I'm curious if they are worried about running it again here on Flashpoint.
Because their struggle lost at the push map, right?
Yeah.
So normally, if your struggle last map, you don't want to do the again. But if they have a good memory, they will probably want to do.
All right, well, let's see which one it is. If it's the bad memories or the good ones that will win out as far as their comp selection as we jump into Saravasa for our fourth map here. Could be the final one if Insomnia is able to come out on top. But Pandia, we're looking strong here yesterday. Let's see if they can replicate that success as we jump into the map. All right, well, of course, Pandia just yesterday on this very map, pulling off the reverse sweep within Flashpoint.
Because the Flashpoint until now, the same as a push map, but design is really good for the using like a dive cone because but if you see the Insomnia at the coast map, they're really good at the making the point fight. So let's see. I'm personally fan to the Junker can come win, but Divecom still have a lot of potential to win the fight.
All right, well, they are going to be sticking with that one. And once more, Pandia just going to be leaning back over onto this Doomfist from Docs to see if they can find value this time around. But, I mean, again, from what we just witnessed, I mean, Leon was just doing so much to be able to control Docs and keep him in check. And already, Zezen going to be taken down. Daisy able to go ahead and confirm the kill there onto the enemy Echo. Dogs being taken low, trying to backpedal. His arms up to mitigate some of that damage, but the push continues coming through here from Insomnia. Just looking to chase them down, but eventually don't want to overextend. So the call comes in, the point's unlocked, so they want to go back over and make sure they get this cap in.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I say like a dive com is good for the using at the flash point because much more easy to like ping pong at the point and hold the point and still can dive this in the same time. But once like a Junker King com, like a Rush com have a point, your Tracer is free to do everything. I
mean, we're kind of seeing that right now here as Mimosa does grab that health pack, managing to stay alive. Doc's coming in from behind to try to keep some peel in there for his Lucio. Blink as well. taking quite a bit of damage, but Daisy already building up to this pulse bomb. Now has it. Sanyo still 30% behind. Destin going to be able to find one as Blink will get taken out, but yeah, I mean, it's just overall going to be a slaughter here as Leon comes up with multiple kills in the fight, and it's already at 62%.
Ooh, they swapped the Junker King.
Okay, they're going to try to match it now.
Yeah, because I think when I watch like a last 2-day match, I think the Pandia DPS player always like do a lot of things like for the team, right? So in this time, one of the big reason is like Insomnia never giving like a time for that they can do like something for the fight.
Okay, well, the duplicate is in, so there's going to be 2 Jungle Queens now on the side here of Pandia. Undersea still going to be going for that Kiriko, trying to get that follow-up rush in as knife in, axe across, now Rampage built up, the dash through. Multiple players going to be bled out there as we will have the flip coming in. Pandia with a chance now. Insomnia at 99%.
This is like a really fun story, but some team is good at the even certain like a rush come. They're sometimes not good at the mirror.
True.
Yeah,
Sure.
true. So I want to see like Insomnia good with the mirror because it's always gonna happen, and that is meaning like even your practice one come permanently, it's not meaning you're the best team.
Well, they're right back into this one. Rampage nearly online here for Leon. Obviously with the late swap from Dox, he's still going to be at 51%, but Sanyo finding the opening kill. Takes out Daisy. Dash across, gets the ante out on towards 2, but Suzu cleanses it from Dox. Axe out going in, sound barrier drop from Blink. As Daisy looks to rejoin. It's going to be 70% on the board here for the side of Pandia, and Moza matching with a sound barrier of his own so far. Nobody going to be taken down. As the Tracer from Insomnia gets ready to rejoin the fight, the sticky bombs come across, and Undersea is able to find the kill. Doc's going to be eliminated. Daisy getting some revenge. Takes out Sanyo, looks for a little bit more there, but quick TP out. Davis trying to stay safe, but eventually will be found. Seemed like Daisy wasn't happy with getting picked off in that last one. Comes back, guns a-blazing, and helps confirm the point. So first one goes the way of Insomnia.
In normally this case, like a player say, yeah, the fight was going like a really similar, like a same value, right? Yeah. So at that time they have like a confidence. They're probably gonna say, we're almost like the same level with them. Like let's do strongly, like probably normally they speak like that. And I think it's true. The fact is like feel like the Pandia, the Kiriko doing a lot of things for the makers. Ooh,
very nice opening kills.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I saw last 2 days. Like Pandia DPS, like really one of the making the valuable time. But I hard to see like a last 2 match. But when you have a Junker King each other, your condition of the fight is gonna be totally same. Now is the depend on like a DPS whole time.
We'll see if Daisy and Undersea going to be up to the task. I mean, even with the first take of the point, they got themselves over there. They had the spawn advantage, given that Pandia were waiting to just recover, and they broke through the defensive setups here from Insomnia quite nicely. Now Insomnia very much have to do the same, but now Doc's finally building up towards that Rampage. Has it online, but Pulse Bomb in, and Daisy just gonna not even allow him to try to use that ultimate. Another duplicate here. Undersea once more going for the Kiriko, seeing how low Mimosa is, trying to track him down, and eventually Blink is going to be able to do it. Davis in the meantime finding Daisy. They break Sesson out of his own dupe. It looks like the flip should be coming through here, but Insomnia need to try to get it quick because crashing past 70% now are Pandia. They're still holding on, just trying to get as much value as humanly possible before they allow this to go over.
This is actually a good contest.
Yeah, I mean, they took it up to 86%. Not too bad overall. Insomnia have a long way to go if they want to try to close this out with or move up to 2-0, I should say.
This is actually huge, because even you try to win the fight, Junker King Calm need to get more space. They're not hard to take the space, but the hard point is your Tracer have a Pulse Bomb, the same situation as before. So if you have a Pulse Bomb, you're definitely easy to force out. And once you're forced out by Pulse Bomb, then Junker King ulti can make in a lot of value.
Oh, Rampage up over the top. Sound barriers there though. Blink, Johnny on the spot, able to find the shielding to try to keep Leon alive. Axe across, actually finding Sanyo. Now the Rampage, Dox, antied out, taking down the beam from Undersea, able to go ahead and confirm the kill. As with this fight win, looking like Insomnia should be able to move up 2-0 here on the flashpoint. But maybe that's dangerous for them because, again, Pandia, they did get the reverse sweep on this map just yesterday. So maybe going up 2-0 is going to be a self-inflicted kryptonite for Insomnia. It allows for Pandia to truly hit their final form. Contest is in, though, forcing out the overtime. Insomnia all just pile into the point. Pulse Bomb right there onto the corner, getting a bit of damage there on the docks as the dupe comes in. Zessen bringing another Junker Queen into the fight, but is instantly broken out this time as that Kitsune Rush is committed into the fight by Karu. Pull back, heals going across, trying to keep Blink alive. Shout out from Leon, helping to go ahead and just keep those supports very much in the fight. And yeah, with the cleanup coming in, as Blink continues to collect kills, killing off both DPSs with his right clicks. That is going to be the second point going the way of Insomnia. So now at match point.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because normal Scream, it's not match point. They don't have a match point. So they're going to until the map finish. So yeah, this is actually a match point. So they changed the Genji. Oh, this is very interesting.
Doing the Genji, but the Malga's not there with it. Maybe.
In the most of the time, Genji never can beat the Echo. There's like a classically like a people say, and as coach like a, but I think Kiriko ulti can make it the game changer.
We'll see. Dupe this time not on the Kiriko. This one goes over onto the Junker Queen. Undersea getting an immense amount of ult charge. Trying to get that Rampage online, which could be huge. Leon actually using his, but ends up dying before he can pop it. Now Undersea as well going to be broken out of that dupe. So this fight very much falling apart for the side of Insomnia. It looked like they had the tools, but a bit of a panic and not enough healing throughput to keep Leon alive means that Pandia come out on top.
Yeah, because I think Undersea normally copy the Kiriko, but this time he accidentally copied Junker King, meaning like they're kind of panic.
Oh, tempo ultimate here, just trying to catch him as soon as the spawns come in. Sound Barrier going to be used in response. Seems like Insomnia still want to try to win this one out. Now the Kitsune Rush going to be used on the back end of that one, but Sound Barrier is out from Mimosa. Just keeping everybody alive as they back their way. As they back up over towards the point once more. That Blade nearly online for Zessen though. With no defensive ultimates, that could be huge. Daisy getting whittled away out here. Down so very low is the Tracer, and Nevis is able to find the elimination. That's going to be Insomnia having to pull off this point and likely just surrender it over because it's already at 83%. Blade is still going to be pulled through though. Seems like Zessen wanting to really seal the deal on this one, but I think he actually could have held on to this. Either way. The run back,
yeah,
it starts here.
It's a good sign for the Pandia because I think Justin like a struggle with the Echo today. So sometimes even as a series, Echo is better. But if you're not the one of the day, you can just go other hero and just making the winning. And also this like a tiny angle, this Genji can also a lot of things to do. So let's see.
Well, Undersea nearly with another dupe. Pulse Bomb's online, and okay, well, there you go. You said Genji can't beat Echo, it doesn't beat it there. Does get absolutely blown up as Undersea looking for a bit more to try to have the Rampage up, but it doesn't really have any targets for it anyway, so locked down to the point, which very well could be the final one here of the series. Now in the hands of Insomnia as Undersea goes right back into his Echo form.
The one of the big reason about the Genji never can beat the Echo is because by distance, like a can decision by like an Echo, and yeah. Oh, they're like a force out the Kiriko ulti, like a really clean. Ooh.
Kitsune rushes in. Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find the stick, but Karu now has his own Kitsune Rush available, but he's going to use it right after Blink goes down. Sanyo able to find the pick off there. Leon, however, getting the better of Docs, taking him out. The Rampage now online. Wants to try to hold on to that one for as long as possible, and given the cleanup on the fight that we are seeing, he will be able to hold it. 60% now here for the side of Insomnia. This could very well be the last attempt for Pandia.
So as a coach, I normally told to the player the Echo is kind of his scan. Because one of the reasons why his scan is like he can like a lot of do the damage stacking during the rotation and like by distance like that. So this is one of the reasons. But if you have a Sojourn, maybe.
They're going to try for it here. Everything on this fight right here as the Rampage goes out, connects onto 3. Suzu down, Navis cleansing himself as the sound barrier covers the rest of the players. HP bar is going to be low. Docs, Rampage also online, tries to set up the axe, the TP away. Karu staying safe. Sanyo able to find the opening pick as Leon's going to be taken down. Duplicate available, however, from Undersea though. So he'll try to put another Junker Queen right back into the mix as the Rampage goes out. Has managed to find 2. Blink getting whittled lower and lower as Undersea at least is safe within the dupe for the time being. But now Daisy gone. Blink able to find Zessen. Undersea Eventually going to be broken out as Blink, again, finding another elimination. Takes out Momo's on the opposite side. Undersea with a beam, able to find Docs. Leon going to be running back into the fight here. Daisy as well, looking to respawn, rejoin, but it doesn't even matter, as this time the reverse sweep is not going to be allowed. Insomnia will close it out 3-1, both in Flashpoint as well as on the series overall.
Yeah, I think Insomnia knowledge of the Junker King com is really huge, and the push map, the incredible pick by Monkey, I think that is like a huge winning for this series. That is a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, just big performance. And I mean, honestly, for somebody who's really just only playing the Junker Queen for the most part, aside from seeing, the Winston a little bit there on Esperanza, a very good and strong performance coming out of Leon. I think that some of the tracking and just catching people with those knives was really damn impressive from him. But, I mean, Undersea as well, looking good when it comes down to that Echo.
But this is the only first week, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely you can bring up back to the problem. And today, OWCS isolate too much time. So if they're figure out that point, I think it's fine. We can't blame it's only because Doomfist player was isolate, because because team just let him die.
Right.
I saw today too many times. So if the Pandia can solve that situation, I think they can be back to the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we were kind of seeing from the outset, like right at the very beginning on Koth. Like, the backline was really suffering, so not having them there to really just try to reinforce Docs when he's playing that Doomfist, not having the heals to just keep everybody else alive, that's tough. So not being able to do that, it's rough. So for this one, Pandia, the win does elude them. It will be suffering a loss here, but what a start from Insomnia. But let's see who our player of the match is, because I think that this could go a couple different ways, but it's actually going to be Karu who wins out of the vote.
This makes sense, because I think Insomnia, a lot of player, even the hard time, like a difficulty, and look at and when the Tracer, he played really good against the Tracer one person diving, right?
Sure.
So yeah, that is a good point, making the point.
Well, overall, very well won here from the side of Insomnia. And, as we were talking about, that first match when you get ready to go out for the first time in front of an audience, you can be, rattled with nerves. But Insomnia, a couple moments where it seemed like maybe things, their jitters, their nervousness was getting the better of them, especially there on Blizzard World for a little bit, just being a bit too aggressive, not knowing when to push the brake, there's not knowing when to really accelerate in the game. But widely, overall, I think a very strong debut for this squad.
Yeah, I agree about that, because even when you struggle at that point, some team have a trauma themselves, and they're just not can come back from their strong point, but they doesn't care, and they even do a next map to try to start with the Winston.
Well, you said next map. Let's talk about next series, because coming up next, we've got the Namekuji brothers coming back up on stage. I'll put stage in quotations. Versus Nyam-Gaming. I mean, how can you not be hyped? This team does some weird stuff, but it's entertaining at the very least. So I, for one, am looking forward to getting into this one, as well as being able to cover Nyam-Gaming for the first time. So I'm curious to see how this matchup is going to go. But of course, we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we find out, because we're going to go to about a 10-minute break. And then when we come back from that, we'll dive into the final series of the evening. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in just a little bit. Alrighty, we are back, and it's time to go into our final series of the evening. And oh boy, here we go. We've got Namekuji brothers going up against Nyam-Gaming. Now, both teams certainly having their struggles. Nyam not able to pick up any wins in their opening series. It was a 0-3 loss for them, but same could very much be said for Namekuji, who currently find themselves 0-6. This is the team that you've been hearing about online. This is the one that has been running the Roadhog, that has been running the Lifeweaver. Now the question is, will they keep doing it? And if they do, can they get some wins, or will Nyam be able to shut them out?
Personally, I want to keep the comp.
You want them to keep it? Okay. Yeah. There you go. Legendary Coach 9K believes in the composition. He believes in the Hog Lifeweaver combination.
Okay. Because they're making that comp until here, right?
Right.
So
they believe in it, and then, it just hasn't been able to find legs to stand on quite just yet. But here is the squad. CC2 and Bambi there for the DPS players. Nozzle, the Hog himself, alongside Jisoo, and it looks like maybe Manhattan going to be starting here instead for today. And yes, they will be. So something perhaps a bit different.
Because even look at...
Oh yeah, it's his favorite.
His favorite.
I don't think we've had any doubts about that whatsoever.
Yeah.
That has never been in question. What has been in question is if they can really pilot this to success. Because overall, we haven't seen that much impact coming through from this composition. There was, a couple of moments where there was some good isolation picks coming through. I think back to them playing on Hollywood just yesterday, getting a nice hook isolation kill onto Pressure, who is the tank on the opposite side. But widely, it hasn't been looking too great. So we'll see if they have something else cooked up on the other side here. It is going to be Nyam getting ready to take to the stage and see if they can come up with a series win. Because both of these teams, again, have not had any wins yet, both in series or in maps. So that will be changing for one of the sides, at least here today. But we've got Okigahara as well as Axion. That's with an N, not Axiom. But and then Scenery, Masquerade, and Raven.
A long time ago, some team using Roadhog for the counter ball. Hammond. So if they bring the ball, maybe.
It could. I mean, we were talking a little bit about the history of Roadhog kind of being competitive. But, if you go all the way back to the days before you had any kind of lock system whatsoever, we had what we used to call the Phalanx comp way back in Apex Season 3. My hair's doing something weird. But then we, of course, had the Halt Hook combinations as well. So, it's been in the mix. But given the changes that we've seen from Roadhog, it's very, very different. What we're experiencing here today. But Lijiang Tower, we're going to be going back to yet another old favorite of mine, and Lijiang Tower once again at the beginning here for our control map. So, still, I haven't seen Ilios yet.
Because this meta used to be like a lot of teams using like a Echo and Monkey comment there.
Right.
But after this meta, if you're not a fan of the dive, probably they want to ban the Ilios, right?
Yeah, I guess just given the strength and the propensity for a lot of teams to be running the Wrecking Ball, that's not typically going to be a map type that you see too much Wrecking Ball on, so it does make sense. But Lijiang Tower will be the starting battleground here as we get ready to go into this and see who is going to be coming out on top. Because again, neither team has any map wins quite just yet, but that all gets ready to change. Somebody will be walking away victorious. Is it going to be the Namekuji brothers, or is it going to be Nyam? Let's find out as we jump into map number 1 for our final series of the evening. Good old Lijiang Tower, but we've got a squad that loves to not play by anyone else's standards.
And also, this is like a typically happen to like a Roadhog player, like the same as like a Widowmaker. But once you like just first time to do the on-broadcast gaming, you're never be as the same performance as like a usual.
Okay.
So maybe that can think them to the bring back to the Roadhog.
Perhaps. But it looks like once again they're going to be doing it, and I thought maybe we would see something a bit different, given that Basa Basa is not going to be starting in that support role. But for now, Menhera is showing us that Life Weaver, so might just have him come through and basically play the exact same thing. We did see some really good picks though over, on Hollywood from CC2 coming out with that Hanzo was finding a decent amount of regular value and some kills coming out from that one. But yep, looks like it is just going to be the same composition though, as Scenery on the opposite side going to be coming out with that Junker Queen.
Good opening for the Namekuji because they're easy to joining out. It's pretty good opening fight.
Oh, okay. Hook in, Axiom at the same time off screen, going to be taken low, taken down. Bambi able to find that kill. Push forward, trap, looking to try to get the catch there onto Raven. He manages to get away from it. It's the hook follow-up not going to be coming in. Low HP though. Now Bambi going to be taken out as Raven, able to find the kill, but Scenery so very low, as is Nozzle, which one can survive. Hook in. Sorry, difficult name to say. The Tracer going low, stays alive, recalls out. And it looks like that will be the cap coming in for Nyam.
As yesterday, the Wolf mentioned already, but load hook after grab is probably the weakest time gonna be happen. So I think first grab definitely good. Second grab timing, I think he accidentally pressed the button. So
could be.
Yeah, if you figure out the point, it's gonna be fine.
Yokigahara around the back. Pulse bomb at the ready. Gets taken low and he recalls right up in front of CC2. He's able to put an arrow through his face. Kill now. Found there. Opening chance to get themselves over on the point here for Namekuji brothers. As Axion as well is going to get taken down. So it's going to be both of the DPS players eliminated here on the side of Nyam. Now Scenery force out the hook in. Looking for the Lucio. Sets it for the kill from Jisoo. They will be able to win out this side of the fight. Pulse bomb, however, getting invested does mean the CC2 gets taken down. Bambi low on HP will steadily get pushed back up to full, and that is going to be Namekuji brothers getting themselves here on the board.
Because why do I mention a nozzle load grab is because yesterday when I'm watching the match, I feel like the reason they're losing is because of the grab.
Okay, well, Tree is in. That does get cleaned up. Rampage now going across, connecting onto 4 players here. Menhera getting taken low, will eventually fall, as does Jisoo. So now supportless, but Nyam-Gaming still having some HP problems themselves, as Axion will get taken down. Sticky Bomb's there.
Sticky Bomb.
Looking to survive, skirting around the backside of the fight there. Yokigahara able to come up with the elimination as the whole hog does finish him off, but widely it looks like very quickly Nyam-Gaming right back into this one, into the driver's seat. They retake the point for themselves as they continue to build up some ultimates.
The Junker King ultimate is definitely can counter the trends. Yeah, that is a huge thing. But I think I heard they're both the what is it? What is the support name? The other one? Light Weaver, yeah. He's so new for me. He's so new for me.
Oh my god, though. Look at this. Axion going for the dupe, goes for the hog. Hook going to be going wide. He does get up to 66% of that whole hog before the dupe will expire, but was just looking to try to pilot Nozzle's sanctioned pick against him. But widely, Nyam for now still going to be holding this point. And I mean, ult-wise, Namekuji, nothing to work with. Sound barrier still here, though, for Nyam. But Naoki just going to be taken down. And that's the Tracer out of the fray. HP bar is going to be low. They pull back here now onto the point. 6 bombs to try to zone them back. As there's the follow-up hook. Raven losing out on his sound barrier shielding, but still not getting caught up in that trap quite just yet. Nozzle continuing to lead the way, taking a breather, trying to stay alive into this one, trying to put some damage down and get rid of Raven. Another hook over to the side. And for a target, can't find him, but is it Aoki just going to be rejoining the fight? He's able to find 2 kills. Bambi, Jisoo both going to be taken down. CC2 as well. Falling as Raven finds the elimination. This time Masquerade not dead as soon as he pops that Kitsune Rush. It looks like Nyam-Gaming should be able to take this one for themselves as they clean up Nozzle. It's going to be 136%. As they will go ahead and take Night Market for themselves. It looked okay for a moment.
Yeah, I think only the reason about why they're losing is because Lodok's second grab is most important grab timing, but he kind of using that one too much. Because I always say to my Lodok player, Choi also, or Kolush, the first grab you can miss it, I don't care. But second grab, your press is worse than a holding. Because if you miss that one, you never can do anything. Lodok is the empty timing. It's not first grab is not that much critical as the people thinking. But second grab is the most important.
Okay, well, now we're getting into really weird territory. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this one, because Scenery now coming out the gates here with the Ramatra as well.
Load up with the Lucian Moria.
I mean, this, I could see this doing a decent amount of damage here. We'll have to just wait and see exactly what happens. But the May also there to back him up from Axion. Try to slow up that Roadhog, but Masquerade going to be the first one to fall. CC2 able to find an opening kill here. Rotating around the hook in. There you go. Axion going to be taken out, as this is just an absolute slaughter at the hands of the Namekuji brothers. Clean it up. First cap going to be theirs.
I still have the same mind about the first game, the last map. If they're using Mercy or other healer instead of the Life Weaver, maybe they have a much more better win rate. Because I can understand the point about the why they're using the Life Weaver, but I think Team is not working on like at this point. So if they just change slightly, they probably have a better win rate.
Well, for now, Manhattan here with that Lucio, and Bambi finding an opening kill. Axion having since swapped over onto that Tracer. It does get taken down. Senior, of course, back over on to that Junker Queen as well, but Aoki able to find the opening kill here for the side of Nyam, as Nozzle going to be taken out, and Raven getting on top of CC2 eliminates that enemy Hanzo. Bambi trying to find an elimination here. The beam will be able to take out Aoki, so the Soldier going to be out of the fray, and now the dupe online, but no reason to commit it here into the fight, given that it's already gone the way of Nyam. So they will get themselves on the board, gaining control now here on Control Center. 48% though, set up here for Namekuji, and they have a couple ultimates on the way. The Coalescence nearly there for Jisoo. They have the dupe, as well as the Dragon Strike.
This meta, ooh.
Okay. He just got rushed down. Okay, now the
Every time, if you're watching the Widowmaker or Hanjo as a POV, they're never
gonna hit their shots.
They always happen.
Okay, well, he's able to get it at least with the Storm Arrow spam there. So Scenery does fall, and it's gonna be a very fast retake here for Namekuji. So,
but each other, not really best scenario, because they have a sound barrier for the counter Junker can ulti, but they don't have can counter like a Soldier ulti right now. So which one is at least opening? They probably need to like wasting a lot. Ooh!
Okay, Dragon Strike to try to interrupt the approach over here onto the point. Rampage now going to be popped from Scenery, dashes through it with the anti out of the nozzle. He ends up getting taken down. Axion able to chase in to find that kill. Masquerade going to be down to a sliver of HP. Eventually finished off as Bambi finds that kill. But it's just, I mean, a ton of death right now here. The hands of the Namekuji brothers are all, in to them, I should say, as Nyam pushing forward. Coming up with it, getting the flip back into their favor, but Namekuji still holding the lead for now. 40% about to be crested for Nyam as they look for a 2-0. Overclock still held here by Aoki. First hook going to go wide.
Well, this is
Bambi
really
jumping forward. Okay, yeah, nearly got taken out, but got the duplicate off in time to keep himself alive. The Overclock is looking to try to break somebody down here, try to find some form of elimination. Sound barrier now having to be used in response from Raven to keep everybody alive, and CC2 able to find the opening kill of the fight as Scenery will fall. Duplicate now going to be expiring. CC2 coming up with yet another one, and it seems like Namekuji brothers are going to be able to get themselves back in control of this point and continue ticking up towards that 100%. Raven going to be the last one to fall here. The traps get set up. 80% about to come through. Namekuji in a very good spot.
Yeah, this is best scenario for the Namekuji because they're only need to worry about the Soldier ulti. Sound barrier is not really dilemma for them to winning the fight. But after Soldier ulti, they're not making the kill. This is the best scenario for them to making the winning condition. So, and now they're literally do the good aggression.
Back
doesn't need to
threatened here. Overtime at least going to be forced out. And it looks like they're just going to surrender the flip coming over. If they can find some other kills in the back end of this, it would be maybe good for them. And Bambi's going to be able to find one. Jisoo coming up with another pulse bomb. Going to be going a little bit wide there. Scenery taken down. Namekuji can now turn their sights back over here towards the point where Raven getting chased down. Needs to stay alive here for the team. But they counter flip back in. Now they need to extend this OT if they want to try to take this with the 2-0. But Raven's going to be eliminated. And a lot of this now falls over to Axion. He doesn't get caught there by the hook. OT again going to be reset. But Hera eventually able to find that elimination. Aoki under fire, hooked back in, taken low, trap goes off, and Hera able to find that kill. Tsune Rush thrown in from Masquerade, but it's not going to be doing much of anything there. 100% to 85. Namekuji extend this all the way to a third and final round.
Yeah, I think all you need to do is change their fan line. I think they're losing like a Lucian Moria really have a good performance. but they maybe want to try the first map. I mean, first map gen, this makes sense for me. The only the reason about their losing was because I feel like still the same, load of second grab is the issue.
Well, I mean, significantly better here, though. Manhattan, giving this Lucio, it not only is not a life weaver, it also gives them a lot more move speed. So the Hog can be more viable. He can try to run down people, make sure that he's getting maximum value out of their shotgun blasts as well. So staying on top of his opponents is certainly looking to be quite helpful here. But it looks like widely, Nyam-Gaming still going to be sticking with the same composition as we go over in towards Gardens, our last round of the map, to see which one of these teams is going to be coming away with their first map victory.
Because they don't have an Echo, and they have an Echo and Hanjo long distance 0.
Oh, scenery. Hand's getting wrecked. He's pulled right back into it. Excellent hook there from Nozzle, setting up for the kill. But in the meantime, Axion doing some work here. Jisoo and Bambi both going to be taken down, but Namekuji brothers, they pull back over onto the point. The first cap nearly coming through. Hook going to be missing. This Nozzle now backpedaling, taking a breather, trying to keep himself alive. Axion whittled lower and lower there with CC2 having just been sat right inside of the window. But Aoki coming back in, builds up a rail, is able to find the shot, and that's going to be the first lockdown going the way of Nyam this time.
Yeah, I think the Namekuji Lucio player need to like a bit more mark enemy tracer, because personally their only winning conditions come from the tracer, like a free value, but because Lodehog doesn't need like a healing as much like a other tanker. So that means your Lucio player can do a lot of things, but the problem is you don't have like your partner DPS like can go take the space together. So
Aoki with another opener, but Season 2 answering back in kind. Finds a headshot. Axion going to be taken down. Masquerade low on HP for the time being, but same can be said for Nozzle and Bambi here on the side of Namekuji. Disruptor shot. Trying to slow them up there on the entrance with a rail, helping to assist in the damage. That's going to be Manhattan taken down. Bambi into the back line is able to find Aoki in the end, but Scenery back-to-back knife kills, eventually coming through off those right clicks, and we'll be able to get Jisoo on the back end. So team kill going to be found as Nyam get themselves up over 50%.
that logo is actually cool. The sign, but whatever. What do I mention about the tracer? The tracer player, when they're free, that is like an almost nightmare for the enemy team. So the tracer is a hard to marking. So a lot of good Lucio player always do like a control the tracer.
Oh boy. Well, this is going to be Aoki, even despite getting pushed back, knocked up there by that whole Hog, able to eventually find the rail shot. Jisoo, though, taking down Raven. Aoki under some fire as Axion, once again, as you mentioned, the importance of this tracer player, trying to just keep things open over on the point. Manhattan still has that sound barrier available. Now going to be dropping it in as Nozzle rejoining with the Doom Fist and is able to find a kill here onto Scenery, taking him down before that Rampage can come online. CC2 again with a nice little headshot, the stun of the wall. The punch means that Namekuji not done yet. They stop Nyam right before they get up to 99%.
Yeah, this map is, you can do a lot of snowball, and especially you have a Hanjo, and Junker can ulti don't have a target. Only target is can be possible to be like a Lucio, so this still have a good chance.
Rampage goes out. Nozzle, the lone recipient there of that ante. No Meteor Strike to try to exit with. Looks like Health Pack going to be grabbed up though, so it still stays alive and in the fight. The counter dive back in now as Raven has been taken out. And just great isolation there on a Scenery means that he does go down. So Ultimate not finding value, and now the rest of Nyam-Gaming having to backpedal as Aoki will get caught. Masquerade as well in a rough position. Has to take the TP out, but you can see Nozzle still wanting to really push the issue, and that allows for Jisoo to round the corner, get the right click kill. Masquerade goes down, further staggers coming in here.
If you're good at the Doom Fist, why you choose Lodehog? Because yeah, it's like a struggle about the play, like a against like a normal Licon, but I really want to see the
Dragon Strike trying to counteract the approach here. Good. Storm Arrow is now coming down as well, and CC2 able to find Aoki once more, having since swapped over onto that Cassidy. Insomnia Rush not finding much of anything there as the pushback comes in onto Scenery. Now the Meteor Strike up into the air, the drop down. Scenery absolutely blown to bits. Bambi still holding onto a duplicate, and things right now looking fantastic for Namekuji to be able to get this map win.
But they have an almost sound barrier. Sound barrier is one of the best ultimate and they don't have like a really copy target for the counter it. So they need to like really do like a close fight for the force out the sound barrier before they do touch.
And that's what they're trying to do. And yeah, I mean, sound barrier not built up yet, but Raven just going to be taken out now. Maybe no opportunity to even touch this point. It's going to be on Axion, who already is here, but it's instantly headshot, and that should just be it. I don't think anybody else can touch to try to force out OT, and they cannot. Namekuji brothers find their first map win of the tournament, taking down Nyam here on Lijiang Tower.
And they also win with the load hope.
Yes. You know, it was in there, and overall, I think it looked better having the Lucio alongside it. Again, having that move speed, that steady stream of healing coming through to be able to keep it alive, I think looked a lot better for Namekuji. But also just CC2, some nice shots.
Yeah.
The Doomfist from Nozzle looking way cleaner. And I think that maybe they have found their magic. Maybe this, if they could stick with this, maybe they're going to find success, and maybe they can even have it be a match victory.
Some people call that one is like a became more pro.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're choosing winning instead of you like it.
Well, they chose that. They got the win. And that's, again, the first one of the tournament. Now, out of the way here for Namekuji. For Nyam, though, this is still going to be eluding them. So we'll see if they're going to be able to answer back, come in here, maybe give us a bit of a closer series to round out the evening. Because, I mean, there's so many moments throughout that opening map where it did look like this was just going to be, you know, them kind of rolling through, being able to take it with a 2-0. But so I think that this is still far from over. I don't think Namekuji's going to be able to come out here and get a 3-0 victory necessarily, but steps in the right direction. So we'll see what the map draft is going to be looking like as we get ready to go into hybrid, and see whether or not that Doomfist is really going to be able to find value again, or if Scenery can maybe get onto a map type that supports the Jungle Queen a little bit more. But it looks like the map veto is ready. We'll take a look, and hey, what do you know? It's going to be Blizzard World.
Not a surprise. So the first map ban is
Kings Row.
That
would be by oh, that's Nyam-Gaming, or no, and Nyam-Gaming is NG, so it's Namekuji brothers, of course.
Brothers. Oh yeah.
So they banned Kings Row, Midtown taken away there by Nyam, and then the selection for Namekuji of Blizzard World. Why? I'm getting sick of this map.
But am I wrong? Because normally you lose to the map, right?
So we have the bans that go through, and then I think as it gets whittled down, there's the final selection between like one of two choices, I think. So that there's Hollywood that was available in Blizzard World, and then Hollywood was opted towards. You get the ban priority for
loser or winner.
It's my second day. So
yeah, my first day.
We'll clarify. Either way,
you're senior than me.
what is that's true, but it's a new format. We're also getting used to it here. But they might get to choose whether or not they want first ban or not.
Okay,
I'm not 100% certain. I'll clarify the rules and I'll inform everybody when I do find them out. Either way, Blizzard World is the pick. That is going to be our hybrid map again, because we are trapped into this godless cycle of everyone picking the same hybrid map over and over and over again. But either way, we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. Can it actually be Namekuji brothers looking for the 2-0 lead, racking up a second map win twice in a row? Or is this going to be an extended series, and will Nyam be able to answer back?
Okay, I want to say this one clearly. Hollywood and Blizzard World, if you can choose one of the map because you're afraid of the high ground, I will choose Hollywood instead of the Blizzard World. The reason about that is if you're thinking about the Hollywood high ground is much more higher,
right,
and you're easy to assuming that is more nightmare for the team. But true is first point, second point, if you're thinking about the payload speed and everything, that is much more longer than like a Hollywood. But Hollywood first point and third point is not as much like have a high ground. So if you can figure out second point, you can bring up the winning condition. So if I'm the team, hate the high ground, I literally choose like a Blizzard, a Hollywood.
All right, well, they didn't.
So they're wrong.
So we're here. But we'll see how this goes, as it will be first in the attack here for Nyam. And for now, Raven showing us this Life Weaver, but it could just be the boost you know, push Aoki up into the sky, try to get a nice little opening pick. We'll see if we can find it. Manhera was hovering it for a brief little moment, then it swaps over onto the Baptiste. So let's see what we got. The jump forward. Kettle goes up. And oh my god, Jisoo. Very fortunate to still be alive. Aoki now just going to be swapping over onto the Tracer here, as Scenery sticking with the Junk Queen.
Now they have a Hanjo with the Echo. And what do I say as a before? Still saying the Tracer key is the key of the winning condition by Nyam-Gaming. Sorry about my pronunciation, but yeah, because their Tracer can take the space a lot, and they can zoning out the enemy team, and they don't have a much more like a condition can control the Tracer. So let's see their Tracer. Ooh.
Okay, well, Axion taken down off the rip. Bambi with the beam, able to finish him off. Now Nozzle going to be gone. Does come out the game with a Doomfist, of course, but swiftly is dealt with. So Nyam looking pretty decent here on this opening attack, but as I say that, CC2 up onto the high ground, now dropping down onto the point, is able to find Scenery with the Swarm Arrows. Masquerade getting whittled away at off screen as Bambi comes up with his third elimination. And I mean, well, he didn't really need the Sonic Arrow to spot him. Knew exactly where the Tracer was at, but now they look to hound him down and will be able to do so. Sticky bombs from Bambi as he finds a fourth kill so far. And I mean, take a look at the ult charge. Bambi, that dupe, just 12% away as Nozzle. He died on the Doom. He's coming back on the Hog.
This is never seen, because normally if you die with the Hulk, you come back with the Doom. That is a classic. But now they're coming back with the Hulk.
We're in the upside out. Things are reversed here.
Yeah, he's a totally different person as like a.
Oh, the pulse bomb. Aoki trying to get the chase, trying to get that stick as CC2 just narrowly managing to avoid it. Climbs up onto the high ground just in time to stay alive, but Axion does find Jisoo. Duke now out though. Bambi getting the axe across, looking for a bit more damage here, looking to try to build up that rampage, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this dupe alive, and they cannot. Axion with the beam is able to go ahead and take him out of it. Now they do have their own dupe available, but looks like it might not be necessary as Bambi and Nozzle both get taken down. That is going to be Nyam finally fighting through to be able to grab this point.
Yeah, I mean, what do I mention about the Tracer thing? But definitely the why do I mention is already the Echo deal is most important. But I think the Namekuji, the Bambi, yeah, he want to try using the copy for the aggression with the aggression, but that is a ooh,
okay,
clean.
Very nice hook in. Also finding that kill, taking a breather, whole hog. 29% left to go. Let's see though if Nyam's going to be able to try to break through this choke point here though as the dupe is coming in. Axion going for the hog himself. Can build up that ult pretty quickly, but just as quickly is going to be taken out of the duplicate. So loses out on that one. Trap set down. Look at the ready. Trap destroyed. Nozzle needing to take a breather, but he's just completely and utterly surrounded. Tries to go for the Hail Mary hook to try to find a parting pick, but will just end up falling. Kills, however, still could be found here for the rest of the Namekuji brothers. Coming up with multiple there as both supports are going to be eliminated. Now Scenery going to be down on the back end. Manhera, lone support still alive. And Immortality Field comes in to prevent any further damage found from that pulse bomb. Aoki now just going to have to rotate back around, try and stay safe. And for now, the cart will stay resting right outside of the choke.
Yeah, this scenario is probably the best scenario for the Namekuji because still the Echo have a lot of advantage than enemy Echo because you have a much more high ground, and this situation you can definitely do a lot of things, and still the enemy Tracer can push the payload, and there's still the push payload. This is not best scenario for the Nyam-Gaming because they can still the push a card. Now they come back with the and push out the Loto, and ooh.
Okay, Rampage in, finding two. Bambi stuck there in the dupe.
Yeah, they can finish.
They can finish. Okay, but Nozzle will get taken down. CC2 able to find Aoki in the meantime, and Axion, dead. DPS is for the time being, but a faster run back. Looks like Card should be able to start moving forward a little bit more here for the side of Nyam, but already a decent amount of time taken away from them here as they have just over 2 minutes remaining to try to get this over to B.
Yeah. Because if you don't have any more that high ground advantage, now is much more advantage for the definitely rush come, the junker can come. So this is the key point. This is the most important situation. Oh!
I see it. Just dashing forward. CC2 ready for it. Finding the kill, just constantly cycling him back into that spawn room. Still going to be committed to the fight here though from Masquerade, but now we have that Ant Matrix out from Manhera. He's got plenty of heals to just keep Nozzle sustained for the time being and forces Nyam back. They get slowed up. Look in, match rate going low. There's a whole hog. Susan trying to cleanse. Just a quick stop on the ultimate there for a brief little moment. Take a breather, try to stay alive. Immortality Field coming down from Manhattan. Keeps Nozzle in this fight for now. They swing back around the card again, moving up. Discord Orb in. The hook comes across. CC2 has the headshot, and that's going to be Scenery taken down. Axiom now trying to utilize the dupe here onto the hawk once more, but it's just, again, so quickly broken out of this one. He ends up going down as Jisoo will be able to find a parting kill there onto Aoki. Nyam, once again, have to reset.
They only changed one hero.
And it looks so much better.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a very real world.
Yeah,
but this hold in front of B ends up coming through here for the side of Namekuji.
I think
Nozzle again just trying to hold forward here on the staircase, gets the hook to just try to interrupt a little bit there on the push in.
the second point almost impossible to go to the touch the enemy, and
30 seconds remaining. A lot of ults about to be up here for Nyam, but they still need to get themselves over towards the point. Sound barrier can help keep Masquerade alive long enough to be able to build up towards that Kitsune rush, but now Duke coming in, Bambi looking to rush him down. Axe goes across, catching on to multiple players. Again, the Immortality Field there to deal with the pulse bomb, so Aoki unable to find an opening kill. Duke now going to be expiring. They need to try to back away. Aoki dead. Overtime needing to be forced out here. They have it now as Jisoo gets taken out by the knife. Sound barrier has been expended though, but now they have a rampage and nearly their own dupe to try to work with. And Hannah, if you can get into a solid position for this Ant Matrix, might be able to make a difference. There's an Ashian Nozzle, however, still standing tall, able to help take down Scenery as Bambi goes crazy, finds himself a second elimination. Raven going to be gone. Axiom knocked into the dupe once more, just not able to find the value. The whole hog builds up. They're trying to push anybody away from the card, and it will work a treat. Namekuji successfully holding, draining that time bank down just in front of point B.
yeah. What do I say before is like a Blizzard World at second point. It's almost impossible like a Roshio.com can beat the Poking.com, because the reason about that is like even you win the fight or whatever, push a card, when you need to do retake, it's almost nightmare again. But Hollywood is not gonna be like that much. But yeah, the tip for the team.
I gotta say, is the hog compared to the last 2 days of play from Nozzle has been looking significantly better. Missing less hooks, finding a lot more high value ones. You know, the trap setup's not really coming into play because the traps are just so squishy that they get destroyed very quickly. But overall, just you put a Baptiste in with this guy or a Lucio, and it's looking so much better. That Bambi's kind of going crazy.
Yeah, true. But if I'm Nozzle, I'm probably buy some food for them. Can you please not?
Nozzle's he's the one who pays for the team house. Cause like,
oh really?
I don't know. I'm making this up.
Okay.
He's paying for the team house. He's the one saying like, you know, like, I got the bills covered, but because I'm paying for this, I get to play hog.
Oh, so he maybe he not living together.
Well, looking for maybe the pop shot again. Just push back in. Okay, no, actually they're sticking with this. Oh, Manhattan gonna be running this Life Weaver once more. It'll goes up, right into the top, taking the high ground and quickly dropping it right back down. Hey, good damage out on Aoki. He's slid around into the back lines of the team, just trying to stay alive. As you can see, the HP bars continuously just fluctuating there for him. Push over into the side room though. Nozzle looking to offer up some peel as Scenery with this Discord Orb has to try to backpedal, but already Bambi finding the opening as Raven is going to be taken out. Masquerade just doing his damnedest to try to keep everybody alive, and he himself will fall as CC2 comes up with the kill. The hook in, Axiom going to be dead. And my God, I mean, Namekuji, you know, look, it's silly, it's frivolous, it's whimsical, but it is winning. And they're going to have a massive, massive time bank with which to push to B. So this is looking very good for them.
So my question is, what the Lifer did?
He's so far forward.
Yeah, I think he have a more confidence than before. So
I mean,
yeah.
He's playing like Bumper, but with Roadhog.
You like him?
You know what? I'm swinging around on it. I think I'm liking it a hell of a lot more than I was yesterday. That's for certain. Because yesterday it was frustrating, and today it's fun.
Always like a non-stereotype comp team.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, but nice pull in there. CC2 brought back around the corner. Masquerade's able to find the headshot. They're still gonna have to try to get themselves out of this choke point here. The nozzle proving to be difficult to try to deal with, so makes it back over to safety as the tree comes down. Bring up that healing, but multiple ultimates being built up here now by Nyam, who really want to try to find some eliminations. The hook is decent, but can't find the kill off the back end. Life grip, quick little distance there. Naoki able to find a headshot onto Jisoo, taking him down, but CC2 doing very much the same to Raven. Now Axion eliminated as well. Nyam running out of their tools, running out of their options here to try to maintain this hold. Whole Hog is rolling through. Scenery desperately trying to backpedal out the safety, but he's got plenty more, and he's got pinned up against the wall. He falls, no TP spot to go to there for Masquerade, so he ends up getting picked off. And the push now very much is opened up here for Namekuji.
Seems like very fun to play Hulk.
He's always fun.
Yeah,
But
true.
the unfun part is just your teammates yelling at you in voice, saying like, please play something that's meta. But right now, I mean, hey, the simple solution is always play with your friends, and none of them will yell at you.
Oh, now they changed like you can do like with your friend more than before, right?
Exactly. So just always play with people who will support you no matter what. 1 meter left to go now. With 3.5 minutes to try to burn Nozzle, does end up falling. We'll see if they can actually pull off what would be a very miraculous hold, though. A little bit of rollback will come in. The one thing that I can breathe a sigh of relief about is that there isn't a tracer on Namekuji right now. So they don't have to worry about a back cap as much.
Yeah, that is true. Because normally we call C9, but you don't need like a consider about that point. So,
Okay, unable to break line of sight. CC2 sends out the Dragon Strike, opening up that cart once more to be pushed. Axion down low, dashes out, stays alive, and right now, no one playing the cart. Sound barrier coming in from Raven, trying to keep him alive, and Masquerade gonna fall. Axion, right now, kind of the only person who can really keep this thing contested, and he will die. Cart now very much opened up for the final push as Bambi into the back, just able to go ahead, take out Aoki, and that will be it. The push coming through, and Namekuji not only getting their first map win on Lijiang, now getting their first match point as they lead the series 2-0.
do you know what? What do I realize? He using San Francisco Shock skin.
He knew that you were working today.
I didn't realize until today.
He heard that 9K was going to be on the broadcast, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to use that skin, and I'm going to put in one hell of a performance. And so far, so good. Because, I mean, this is not what I had all expected in this one. I wasn't sure fully what to get or to glean from Nyam coming in because they also hadn't had any map wins. But now, I mean, they're in this spot where they could potentially just lose again, continue to not get any map wins at the hands of Namekuji, who are looking for their first series victory. We'll see if they can get it. Push is going to be coming up next, so we'll see what map we end up with for that and whether or not this is going to be that 3-0 or if Nyam can try to turn things around. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, here we go. We could be going into our final map here of the evening, and Namekuji are out in front, 2-0 lead after, frankly, just dominance over on Blizzard World. Now they have pushed. The only thing that's separating them from getting their first series win. For Nyam, though, they need to try to bounce back, now in a position where they have to reverse sweep if they want to get their first win as well.
So until now, the Namekuji doing, I can understand the point of why they can make it until here. Yeah, because last 2 days, it seems like they're not, but today they're showing why they make it until here.
It's been a much better showing. I mean, honestly, Manheta coming into the team, having a bit more depth, even playing the Lifeweaver there as well to relative success on Blizzard World. It's been looking a lot better with just his added, hero pool that he's kind of been being able to bring to this one, but also Bambi, CC2, some really nice shots coming in, but Nozzle as well, just having a much stronger performance today. It looks like it is going to be New Queen Street as we see Esperanza banned out. So we'll see how this one fares, but Nyam-Gaming thinking that this is going to be their best shot to be able to try to turn the series around. And now, for you, what would you be saying to them in this position where you now need a reverse sweep? What would be your sage advice as a coach?
I think they're too much focused on low hope, and they have a Tracer player and the Echo player. I think they need to a bit more considering to make their value. But because I think Lotto is always happy to be a target. Because if you're not be a target, Lotto always have a struggle time for the need to be successful about your grab, right? So that is the reason about the last 2 days they have a lot of struggle. But today seems like they're just focusing Lotto too much. So
ignore the Roadhog.
Yeah.
Ignore Nozzle. Nozzle no longer exists.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they've been listening. Well, granted, they're also on a 3-minute delay. So hopefully they've come up with that advice themselves as we get ready to go into New Queen Street to see if they can turn this one around or if Namekuji, against all odds, will be delivering us a 3-0 victory here in this match. Let's go ahead and get ready to hop into game to see if that is what's going to transpire or if this series and this evening will be extended ever so slightly with a map 4. Let's go ahead and jump in to New Queen Street. Alrighty, well, plenty of time for them to sit back and think about what they want to do. Because this is really, it really is on Nyam. Because at this point, I think we all have a very firm understanding of what exactly Namekuji is going to be bringing to the table. We don't anticipate any kind of curveballs, any surprises. So, Nyam, can they just go through the thought process and figure out what will find success for them here?
If I'm them, I'm probably not gonna choose a jumper king anymore and choose a bowl or a Doompiss and just do more a strong dive. And because Lowhogo's weakness is he doesn't have a mobility to control the space. So that means if you just ignore the Lowhog, you definitely make a value of the game. Let's see.
Okay.
Are we gonna start with this?
Okay, so it's gonna be Sigma actually here on New Queen Street with the Ana alongside it. So I mean the Ana at least providing the ante to stop that, take a breather from finding healing value for the Roadhog. So it does reduce his survivability just a bit more, but Bambi as well going to be taken to the skies again with the far out. This is something that we were seeing from him on Hollywood just yesterday, so it's bringing it out again.
And Lightweaver and the Moria. I really want to ask it. If I have a friend of one of them, I would really want to be a personal or interview or whatever to see where's the logic come from.
Okay, well, the anti-expiring Nozzle taking the breather. As CC2 able to find an opening kill. Gets both of them, actually. Naoki also going to fall. Follow-up hook not connecting. Looking for the trap to try to cut off the retreat here from Scenery, who's backpedaling. They will be able to survive, but in the meantime, the bot has already begun the push. I mean, huge opening kills there from CC2.
So Sigma pick is really reasonable to understand why they choose it. But the problem is, Sigma Jan need to like contest the enemy load hole, but they still have a power at Hanjo. They have a long lane distance, so they easy to force out the tanker and their healer. So,
Okay.
Good flanking, good flanking.
Avoiding getting caught. Nano built up. Masquerade actually using that over onto Axiom at the moment, who does nearly have that pulse bomb online, and doesn't mention find the kill as CC2 gets taken out. So opening kill going to be found. Barrage over going to be layered in. Bambi finding one. Aoki and Axiom both dangerously low on HP as Jisoo gets picked off on the opposite side. Namekuji having to back away as Bambi, tag low, needs to grab that mega pack and try to stay alive in this fight. The push forward is coming in. Axiom looking for the kill, and I think he might just be able to find it. He will. Recall popped it. Oh! He's got the reads! Nozzle! Exactly where he was going. Finds that kill, now dropping down into the back line. That hook, a little bit less clean. But what will be life grip back over to safety as the bot currently in a neutral position here. So Nyam need to try to get this push going for themselves. CC2 able to find Masquerade, so I mean, just constant back and forth here between the two squads. But Scenery now in a very bad spot. Should get taken out, and he will.
You have a 2 flanker, and you have a main power tanker. And this meaning the flanker need to make the winning by flanking. But your load hook is always marking your flanker right now, so you still gonna be mid the hard to like ignore like enemy tanker. So this is like a real hard time for them.
You see them trying to get on top of CC2, but
yeah,
a couple shots, and it's just the Tracer having to back away. Bot now makes it to the checkpoint. CC2 going to be taken out. Transcendence Force there from Raven. Another Nano about to be available here from Masquerade. The tree just looks to try to keep everybody alive, and now the whole hog coming through. Nozzle able to find one. Quick cancel on that one. Needs to back pedal. Keeps himself alive. Looks for another target here. Just pushing away Raven as much as he possibly can. Hook going to be going wide, but the right click hold from the Moira is in, and Jisoo will be able to collect the kill. Bot in the meantime being kind of stolen away a little bit here. But once again, is going to be grabbed, slowed up here by Namekuji. And for now, looks like Nyam's really needing to try to gather themselves again, but the trap goes off. Masquerade ends up falling. Axion with that pulse, but CC2 again.
This is probably the best method for using Light Weaver, because still, when you take the space, Loadhog always need to go get closer to the enemy. When you get the closer enemy, Loadhog has a very weak point about the coming back with the team. But Light Weaver can cover that point. So I can see the point about the Light Weaver is going to work in here. And you're choosing Moira instead of the Jen.
Oh my god, he used that Dragon Strike from downtown, like right on the respawn. And still gets the catch there on Aoki. Now Namekuji continuing with the push.
He's actually a good Hanjo, I feel like. Because
he's looking really good.
Yeah. His ultimate doesn't have any hesitation.
Barrage. Oh, into the back line, right over top of Aoki, and now he's gonna get pulled out to safety right as Nozzle finds Axion. The push continuing, the bot getting closer and closer to the finish line here as, oh my god, Nozzle going absolutely crazy on the back end of this one. Raven now dead, the staggers just too much to try to deal with here. Aoki, he's had this tack visor for so very long, but no opportunity to use it. Pulse bomb out from Axion, does manage to find Medhara, taking him down, but quickly traded. Jisoo coming up with the elimination. The sleep dart is out. Nozzle taking a nap just there in front of the spawn room doors. Aoki trying to find a kill, but CC2 putting the arrow right through him. Finds the elimination. Flux now coming in, gets the pickup here onto the Hanzo. The drop down, the kill not yet found, but the follow-up M1 will be able to take him out. Accretion not coming up with the elimination. The whole hog from Nozzle finds Masquerade. The bot, however, being taken a little bit further away as the healing orb comes down. Jisoo just trying to stay elusive, trying to keep this hog alive for the time being, and so far it is working out, but as Axion rejoins, he's able to find the enemy Moira. So we're not over yet, but I mean, the gap between the teams right now, distance-wise, is so significant.
I think only 1 or 2 match, some team beat back from this much distance, but maybe today is the day.
It needs to be here for Nyam. Because again, that map win eluding them as Nozzle on an island will end up dying, unable to find too much there.
Yeah, he deserved to be be more stupid. I mean, he only a hard carry until that point, so he can do whatever he wants.
He's earned it. Everybody gets their one, you know.
Yeah.
For every couple kills you get, you can do something silly. And he has, but CC2, I mean, anything but. He's just been so consistent the whole way through on this map thus far as Nano going out onto Axion. He's able to utilize that to help find the kill there onto Bambi, taking him down. Trap set up, another sleep dart now connecting as the pulse bomb stick comes through.
Wow.
Nozzle, even though he's antied out, still just perfectly healthy, just walking away from it, shrugging it off. Tree at the ready here from Menhera as he does fall low. In the meantime, the bot has worked its way back over here to the checkpoint. Just Namekuji doing a good job of just stopping any progress from coming through here for Nyam.
Also, if they play this much widely, your Ana is literally hard to do to nade the enemy, and also in the same time, you also hard to pocket your team. So Ana is gonna be easy to bye-bye.
Yeah, push right into the back line, the barrage going down. Bye-bye indeed, as again, CC2, the headshot, taking out Axion, Aoki gone, the whole team falling apart at the seams. Team kill found here by Namekuji. Still have the tree, still have a dragon strike, coalescence, whole hog, everything so very close. Meanwhile, Raven not finding any opportunity to use this Transcendence. I feel like he's been holding on to it for a while.
Yeah, that is true, because you don't have a way to block the enemy skill, and also Dragon is...
Oh my god, I mean, they knew he was coming too! Raven was shooting at him, but Aoki still is getting caught from behind. Now the Transcendence going to be popped out of desperation as the tree is rolling on the opposite side. Bit of a neutral fight there as the Dragon Strike crashing across. Scenery down low, the Flux about to be built up, but as soon as he gets it online, he gets taken down. The bot is going to full push, and I do not believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, Namekuji coming out, getting not only their first map win, not only their second map win, but a series win in 3-0 fashion. This was dominant from the last team that we expected dominance from. I'm just gonna be honest.
I think I'm really happy to dare not just stick with the Zenyatta and the Light Weaver, and they're just slightly change the one option, and there's looks like much better option than before. Yeah, they can bring a lot of understandable point about the why they choose the Light Weaver and the other point.
The picture's being painted. They're coloring in the lines, and I'm starting to see the portrait that they are presenting in front of us. This looked way more cohesive. I mean, look, Nyam, another team that currently is struggling. They don't have any map wins at the moment here. They went 0-3 in their opening series. So is this, like a Varel level team that just got dismantled? No. But this was still, even, just taking power rankings and strength of team out of the equation, way more cohesive, way more flexible overall here from Namekuji, and also just way more impactful from the DPS players.
Yeah, that's true, because last 2 days, their DPS also not making the time to do something when your low hog taking damage, right? But today, there seems like different.
Yeah, I mean, just playing around this way better. Menhera coming into this one, still even just being able to find success with that Life Weaver himself, but showing that when they need to pivot to something else, when they need to have that Lucio like we were seeing on Lijiang Tower and whatnot, he's able to do it, and it helps get them the win. But let's go ahead and figure out who our player of the match is going to be, because I think that there's a bit of a toss-up on this one. There's obviously the really fun selection for Nozzle, who did have overall a strong performance on this Roadhog, but I'm curious to see who the POTM is going to be, as it is Nozzle in fact. So the votes have come through, and Nozzle, you have ascended from meme status to absolute legend, my friend. What a performance today.
Yeah, I think his low hog grab today is not missing as of yesterday, and also what did I mention before, but if you hit the second grab, your low hog is still making a lot of value. So only focusing about that, and you can bring the winning.
Well, bring the win, they absolutely did. What a performance from these guys. I mean, of course, I got to give a shout out to CC2, who earned my vote very handily. I went originally with Bambi, but after that performance from him on the last map of New Queen Street, CC2 was so pivotal in coming up with multiple picks for the team that really got them that early momentum that allowed for Nozzle to be able to get into those deep flank positions and come up with some of these crazy hooks. This one, though, excellent. Anytime you get the prediction on the recall, it's always a good look. But yeah, what a performance here from Namekuji. And I know that when Wolf checks the results later, he's gonna be like, I'm gonna get a message, and he's gonna say, okay, what happened?
Maybe he go back to the sleep.
Perhaps. But I mean, quite the performance there, and a very well-earned victory for Namekuji. But here's the results on the day. close to dominance across the board. Insomnia coming up with their, kind of debut match again here in the tournament. Also looking quite strong, only dropping the one map there over to Pandia. But same can be said for Arise Project, looking strong. So overall, a fun day.
Yeah, actually, compared to the last 2 days, I prefer this day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you because I think that there was more whimsy, there was more fun in the performances that we were seeing here today. I think that this was overall a really fun time, and of course, congratulations to you for your first ever day of casting now completed.
Maybe my last day.
No. Well, you're coming back whether you like it or not. But no, it's been fun, and I'm glad that I could be here, alongside you for that one as well, because we've known each other for so long.
Yeah.
We've always seen each other at the studio, but never have been side by side with one another at the studio. So it's a fun change up.
Yeah, actually, I mean, when I do like a final, you almost every time you and Wolf casting our match, right? I feel like that. And one time I was crying in front of you guys because I losing to Sunny Dragons. But at that time I still so much thankful to you and the Wolf because of the extremely good casting.
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure, but now you get to join in with it. You can watch the other coaches cry instead of having to cry yourself.
I'm literally waiting for that.
But here is our standings as they are currently. Veryl out in front. This has been, they look like the most convincing team that we have at the moment. Just utter dominance from those guys. Nico in particular, just nutty performances from him. So Veryl definitely looking like the team to beat. Pandia suffering a bit here today. Not able to find that rally back win, kind of like we saw from them just yesterday versus the likes of Ravati. But Namekuji brothers climbing the standings. They got that first win under their belt. Still a ways to go, though, to continue on that upward trajectory. But this is what we have for our matches going into next week. Of course, Japan wrapped for the week. We won't see them until next Monday. But we get Veryl versus Insomnia, and that could very well be a pretty incredible matchup. And then Pandia versus Namekuji.
Oh,
Those are the ones that I have my eyes on for sure.
this is normally happen to a lot of team, but if you're end of the match day or if you have a break until the next week, doesn't matter you losing before. If you win the last match, you still have a happy.
Yeah.
So, what is it? I can't remember their name.
Nyam?
No, against Namekuji.
Yeah, just now? Nyam?
Yeah.
Or Pandia.
Pandia, yeah. So they probably have a struggle time right now, and Namekuji we won.
Hey, I mean, sometimes that's that barrier. You struggle and struggle, and then you get that first win, and then it just becomes smooth sailing. You kind of get into that groove and whatnot, and you can continue to rack things up. So, I mean, potentially very winnable for them. How does Roadhog look versus Malga? I don't know, but we might find out next week, and that's a crazy thing to think about. But of course, there's still more Overwatch action that's going to be coming up. We've got Asia this week. We've got Korea getting ready to kick off, which again is going to be on land. The players are going to be back up on stage, and we're going to see so many faces that haven't been competing in Overwatch in quite some time. Runaway as an organization is back. It's going to be it's just the best time, I think, right now to be a fan of Asian Overwatch.
I think this is why Worst League make a decision to be every region starting like this one, because a lot of team have a potentially to can join with the new name and everything.
Yeah.
I really like it.
I like it as well, and it's been very fun. Thank you again for joining me here today, 9K. Of course, we'll be back, myself as well, in the future days. But that does it from us here tonight, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. We hope you had as much fun as we did. Until next time, be good to each other.